meeting. Basically, it was a meeting to prepare for the following week. So anything on page 1? Page 2? No. We'll go on to the meeting on the 16th of September. Matters arising, page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. And page 14. Thank you, members. And again, when you put your hand up and I bring you in to speak, just unmute yourself and go ahead. And then when you're finished, just remute yourself and we'll go forward. That's great. I will go on now to item 5. 5 application. Application number 1 is LA 2020/0175. Grassed reception space to include timber shelter, fire pit areas, paths, planters, dipping platform, composting area and lighting. And I'll hand over to Darren now. You unmute yourself, Darren. Go into, well, down at the bottom, hit the screen, unmute at the bottom.
Good afternoon, councillors. Hope you can all hear me okay. Is everybody here okay? Yeah, good. So the arrangements will be as before. Councillors, I'll go through the slides and they'll appear on the screen and then there'll be an opportunity then to go through the normal processes and questions and discussion at the end. So I'll put the slides up on the screen. If I can get some assistance from Damien, or is it on the screen already? Can you see it?
Just dealing with some technical issues, members.
Okay, so hopefully everybody can see on the screen now the slideshow, members. So if I just run through then, so application number 1 is LA 10 2020-0175. It's for a grass recreation space to include the timber shelter, fire pit areas, paths, planters, dipping platform, composting area and lighting. And the location then is opposite the number 1 to 6 Cornergrade Terrace, Earn Road, Enniskillen, with the applicant being St Michael's Scout Group. The recommendation then is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report, subject to one condition. So some of the details then, members. So the application site is identified by the red line on the screen, and you can see the Earn Road runs along the left-hand side of the site. It's basically opposite the Scout Centre. If I overlay that onto the aerial photograph, members, you can see then the sort of the red outline of the site superimposed on the aerial photograph, which shows the location with the Earn Road running along the left-hand side with the blue line beside the Scout Centre. So the detail then, members, the block plan is quite detailed in the amount of information that's enclosed in it, but you can see the applicant has provided a lot of information in respect to the trees that are there at the moment. And then the rectangle shows the position of the new grass play area with the paths and things. So I'll just break that down into several slides. So this is starting at the top of the slide and working my way through. You can see on the screen then, members, there's quite a bit of information there. There's a new fence around the side, the new path thing coming in to the area. On the right-hand side, you can see the Bug Hotel, the Paladin fence, composting bins, and then the area where the fire pit is proposed. Moving down then to the other half of the slide, then you can see the location of the column, the 6 meter high column with the floodlight on it is identified in the center of the rectangle by the red circle. The shelter then that will be constructed is a 6 by 4 by 3 meters high covered shelter with the area in front, the rectangle in front, then a grassed area of recreation with a path around the edge of it. In terms of the trees, there are some trees to be removed within the woodland. However, there's only 5 in total, and in the context of the existing woodland, it will not have any impact upon the character or appearance of the area. The trees to be removed are identified on the screen. So the recommendation then, members, is to approve planning permission subject to the condition within the report.
Members, if you...
You're muted, Robert.
Yep, sorry. If you raise your hands, if you have any questions for Darren, sorry about that. Yeah. Chris, you're first up, followed by Paul.
Yeah, Chair, can I go ahead? Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, just wondering. I mean, as far as I read it, I mean, there's 5 trees to be removed. It's not sort of, it doesn't change the character of the area, but there's no requirement to replant the same number, isn't there? Not, Darren?
No. It's not the trees. Just for information, Councillor, the trees to be removed. It's a birch tree. There's 3 black poplar and an alder tree. And given the woodland it's in, there's not really room to replant those within the existing woodland that's already there. So there's no requirement for that.
I'm not a botanist, but I'll certainly defer on your greater wisdom there on that one, Darren. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Paul.
Thanks, Chair. With the questions already been asked, Chair.
That's all right. If the question has been asked, then any further questions? No, then we'll go forward for a decision. The recommendation is to approve the application. Oh, Mary, would you come in there?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm happy at your junction here now to propose a recommendation to approve. That's okay. Thank you, Chair.
That's okay. And Tommy, you're in next.
Thanks very much, Chair. Very happy to second this proposal. Thank you.
That's okay. We have a proposal. Any further proposals? No. If you could, everybody has cleared their hands, then I take it as proposed, and that's to go with the officer's recommendation. Any contraries, could you actually raise your hands in the participants? If not, I'm going to take that as unanimous. So I see all hands down. So we'll take that as unanimous. So Darren, back to you.
Okay, members. So the recommendation then was to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 1 planning condition. And members have granted planning permission for the development.
Thank you very much indeed. We'll now move on to application 2, and that's LA10/2020/0283, and it's LBC. And that's actually an application from the council itself for work to the town hall. Darren?
Yeah, okay, members. So application 2 is LA10/2020/0280. As the Chair says, it's a listed building consent application, and the description then is on the screen and is included within your report. There's works to the town hall. As a listed building, they require listed building consent. However, they do not require planning permission. All the works are onto the town hall, the applicant being the council, and the recommendation then is to approve the listed building consent. With the listed building consent applications, members, the drawings are often very detailed and include a lot of detailed information. However, they are available to view online, and I've pulled out some of the important details for you on the screen. So this is the elevation into the southeast, and you can see the fire escape platform and supports are to be removed. The openings then will be closed up and rendered to match the existing character of the building. Windows again will be replaced and the openings filled in or changed and replaced with new windows. On the top right, then the wall itself will be rendered to match the existing building. Internally, then, as a listed building, consent is required for works to the inside of the building. And on the screen, then I'll just run through the floors to show you some of the details of the proposal. You can see then on the right-hand side, that's the entrance into the town hall with the reception. So I'll show you that's the entrance here, with the reception in the right-hand side. The meeting room to the rear of the reception, the internal wall will be removed, and that'll be opened up to be a meeting room. On the first floor then, some of the works in the finance department, again, you can see the internal stud walls are being removed to create an open plan office. There will also then at the back right, you can see 2 heads of service rooms will be created using the stud walls. On the second floor then, there are works to the environmental health room. Again, the removal of internal walls and partitions to open it all up in an open plan office. And then the office on the right hand side, again, some internal works to open it up. With the toilets on all floors being renovated and repaired with new toilets. In terms of the report, members, you'll note from it that the recommendation is to approve listed building consent. All the works are sympathetic to the building's character and appearance, meet the relevant policy tests. At the time of writing of the report, the Department for Communities had not replied formally to the consultation, but they have now. They have returned to their content to the application subject to planning conditions. So on your screen then, members, is their suggested condition. It's largely a repeat of what they have asked for, and generally requires the building to be in accordance with the approved plans with specific detail just on the materials, the finishes, rainwater good and other works to it. And the reason for that, as you can see at the bottom, is to ensure the essential character of the building is retained and respected. So the recommendation of members is to approve, subject to the one condition within the report, and the additional conditions you can see on the screen.
Right, members, you've heard from Darren with regard to the detail and the recommendation. Any questions for Darren? Did I see somebody's hand going up there?
Josephine Deehan, Chair.
Joe, yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Darren, for your report. I presume that these redundant platforms are that alternative fire escape provisions have been made. Can we take that as a given? And that these platforms are truly redundant? Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Darren?
In respect of the application for the listed building consent, Councillor, that wouldn't be part of the consideration. That'll be separate to the application that's before you. Whether or not they can be removed, obviously we'll have fire regulations, and I'm sure other regulations will be involved, but those will be outside of the planning process.
Okay.
Okay, Joe.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification, Darren. I'm happy to propose this recommendation, Chair.
Thank you, Joe. Do I have a seconder? I see Councillor Thompson. Earl?
Yes, Chairman, I'm happy enough to second, even with the condition. I'm happy enough to second for approval. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Any further recommendations? If not, everybody has cleared their hands, then if we're all agreed, just say as you are. If not, would you raise your hand in dissent or abstention? I don't see anybody's hand coming up, so I'm assuming that is unanimous again. Thank you very much indeed. We'll move forward now to application number 3, and that's LA 10/2020/0507 outline. And this is an application of a renewal at Grosvenor Barracks, Coles Hill Road in Enniskillen. Darren?
Yeah. Members, I'm just checking the slide is on the screen because it has disappeared off mine. Sorry, members, apologies.
Hold on while we get the master tech here to sort it out. Damien? Yeah. It's going to require a bit more. Hold on.
Yeah. Oh.
It's coming now.
From current slide.
You'll need to do a refresher course, I think, Darren.
It's not stuck refreshers. It's all for you to be.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
So, application 3 then, members, yeah, you can see that okay. It's 2020-0507. It should be an O there, suffix, councillors, so it's 507/O. It's an outline application for site to be developed for residential use. And it's a renewal of a previous planning approval, L 2011-0079. The location then is in Grosvenor Barracks, in Enniskillen, and the applicant is the Department for Communities. The recommendation then is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 26 conditions. So some members who are on the planning committee previously will recall this. It's a renewal of an outline application for residential development on the site of the former Grosvenor Barracks. Outline planning permission was granted in March 2017 for the redevelopment of the site for approximately 200 houses, and the current application is essentially seeking to renew this for another 3 years. As I look in the report, consultees have all been made aware of the application and that it's a renewal, and have largely referred to previous comments. Several consultees requested formal reconsultation, and that was carried out, and their comments have been noted within the report. Several have asked for different information, but this has not been requested as not necessary as a renewal for the reasons given within the report. Just in terms of the site then, members, the aerial photograph on the screen shows the location of the site. You can see the red outline is the boundary, and then the plot to be developed alongside the adjacent housing to the south. The concept that is accompanying the application is previously approved, shows high density housing, although that reflects the nature of the housing nearby. There are 2 entrances out onto the public road, and that's shown by the yellow arrows on the left hand side. And then you can see on the screen a large area of open space, and that's largely within the floodplain. So the site, if any members know that area, will know that there's a significant slope in the topography from the existing houses down towards the northwest. So the application is accompanied by plans showing cross sections through the site. And if we just suppose you have A, B, C, and D, so you'll note, members, the 4 points. You can see on the left is the existing ground levels, A, B, C, and D, and then on the right is the indicative layout of what the site will be developed and how it will relate to the existing ground levels. So you can see the road from cutting and filling of the platforms and grading of the land. However, that has all been considered and is acceptable in the context of where it is. So as I say, members, the recommendation is to renew the previous approval for a further 3 years, subject to the conditions listed within the report.
Thank you very much, Darren. Members, any questions for Darren? I'll try and pick you up if there are. Earl?
Thank you,
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Darren. It's just with regard to the planning application number, are we going with the one that we have on our agenda here, which is 0079? Is that correct?
No, that's the renewal. That's the old one.
Just as on our agenda, is that?
Right, hold on. I'll just check. It should be 2020/0507. I'll just check.
Sorry.
That's
Chair.
Yeah, go on, Earl.
Yep. That's the one that's the one I'm referring to. Is that the correct one now?
It is, yeah.
0507.
Yep.
Stroke 0.
Yep.
No, I just wanted to confirm that. Sorry, Chair. Thank you.
Well, yeah, right. And there's no further questions. Are you happy to make a proposal one way or the other, Earl, or will I have you on the line there?
Chairman, happy to propose.
Right, thank you. A seconder, possibly, for Councillor Thompson? Councillor Robinson?
I'll second it.
Very good. Any counter proposals or additional proposals? No. Earl, could you take your hand down, please? Right, I've got a proposal, members, that we go with the recommendation as noted by our officers, and that is to approve planning permission. I'll take that everybody's in favour unless you indicate in the chat room with your hands up that you aren't. All in favour? Right, that's it. Thank you very much indeed. That's unanimous. Darren?
Yep. So, members, the recommendation then to approve, just to be clear, it's LA 10 2020-5070 is an outline application, and the recommendation is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 26 conditions. Members have agreed to grant planning permission subject to those conditions.
Thank you very much. We'll move on now to application number 4 under item 5, and that is LA 10 bar 2018 bar 0969F. It's a full application, and that's for the proposed road widening at Mountjoy Road and Gorchin Road, Omagh. This was a subject, I think, of a site visit for some members of the committee. Others couldn't make it, like myself. And because it's coming forward as a refusal, there are 2 speakers who want to speak in connection with the application, I think. One from the Department of Education and one is a transport consultant. There's another person noted. Agent, is that? Yeah, that's the agent. Sorry, the agent as well. So there's 3 of them. I'll hand over now to Darren, and then we'll try and bring the speakers in. Thank you.
Sorry, members, just if I, yep, get this slideshow. Okay. Councillors, application 4 then, it's LA 10 2018-0969. It's a full application for the proposed widening of Mountjoy Road and Gorchin Road to provide 2 additional lanes, including works to the junction of Mountjoy Road, Old Mountfield Road, Lisnelly Avenue, and the junction of Gorchin Road and Strathroy Road, Omagh, and all associated landscaping and accommodation works. The location then, members, you can see on the screen is the location of the development. It's the Mountjoy Road, Gorchin Road, Old Mountfield Road, Lisnelly Avenue, and then also Gorchin Road and Strathroy Road. So the applicant then is the Department of Education for Northern Ireland, and the recommendation then, members, is to refuse the application for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 5 reasons within the report. So just before I go through the details, members, just to give sight of the background, it's a major application for new infrastructural works as part of the Strood campus development. The proposal includes various infrastructural improvements to the road and the footpaths. The supporting information advises the works are all necessary to help alleviate the potential traffic congestion along the Gorchin Road and surrounding roads when the new campus opens. DFI roads are in support of the proposal and coming in towards you, and then you'll have 2 going out. The middle one will go straight on or right, and then there'll be a left turn lane going up to the left of the site. On the Old Mountfield Road then, looking down towards the junction, you can see the existing arrangements that are there. So we have the changes then will be a significant alteration to this junction. So if members see the purple star on the right-hand side is the exit from the lower part of the car park, which is beside the leisure centre. If you're coming down towards the junction, there will be now 3 lanes in front of you. There'll be a right turn, a straight and right, and a left turn, as well as the existing lane coming back towards you and the parking area. So again, members, just putting that onto the visuals, you can see the new road layout will be 1 lane coming towards you, 1 lane turning right, 1 going straight on right, 1 left, and then a footpath on the left-hand side identified by the green arrow. The lay-by on the right-hand side will be retained and will remain. The cross-section then of what you will see, members, from that view you can see in front of you. So looking down towards the traffic lights, there'll be 1 traffic direction coming towards you, and then you can see the other 3 arrangements and the footpath and cycleway on the left-hand side. As part of that, all then, members, the green area around the corner will be reduced in size to allow for the bend in the road and the new road width. The other arrangements then, standing at the old fire station looking towards the junction, you can see this is the existing arrangements. So you have footpaths either side, 2 lanes of traffic, 1 going straight on or else left into the Grange, 1 going right, and 2 then coming down the road towards you. That will not be altered and will remain as is. The junction then, the traffic light junction will be upgraded, and the pedestrian links and crossing points then are shown on the screen with the 2 purple arrows. As part of the upgrade and improvements to the works, members, the 2 areas identified with the black circles will be affected. If we take the area on the left, is the existing crossing point in front of the Grange Park as you come out of the Grange, and also at the bottom of the existing cycleway. On the right hand side, then you can see the traffic light there and the crossing point with the area of path going around the gable of the house. So that's just to show you a close-up view of what you see there. So the existing footpath, the purple line, is about 1.9 metres, and that will remain at that width. There'll be a slight change to the curb arrangements there, so that will be largely retained, but the path width in front of the house will not be altered. On the other side of the road, you can see the purple star area, members, in front of the Grange Park. That will largely be removed and will be considerably reduced in size with the removal of the sculpture and the tree. So that's just to show you then exactly what's before you, members. So if we take the right-hand side of the slide, you can see the footpath will remain a 1.9 metre wide footpath with a slight change to the radius of the bend going around the road. On the other side of the road, the arrangement at the moment is the red line is the existing curb line. It will be pulled back to the blue line, and then the purple line is the new fence or the fence line at the Grange Park. So this will be the park, and this will be the footpath then in front of the park, and this will be removed. In terms of the road line at the moment, existing road, you can see the footpath on either side, the cycleway on the left hand side as well. You have one road going straight on, and coming down towards you, you have a straight on and also a right turn into the Grange or Lisnelly Avenue. That will be changed, members. You'll still have the footpath and cycleway at the top with the green arrow. You'll then have 2 lanes of traffic going up the road and 2 lanes of traffic coming down the road. And the footpath then on the bottom of the slide, you can see in front of the police station narrows down to the footpath here at the corner. So 2 lanes here and 2 lanes here. The central one, this one, will remain a right turn opportunity for people turning into the Grange. In terms then of how that'll look on the screen, members, you can see the new road layout. So the footpath and cyclepath on the left, 2 lanes going up, 2 lanes coming down with the right turn into the Grange, and the footpath on the right. In terms of the works, the fence line will remain more or less as it is, members. I don't think there's any works to it or changes to it. But everything to the right-hand side of that then is included within the development site. And the path and the trees and the green area within there will be altered and changed as a result of the development. And I'm sure members know it well, but just put a few slides up showing the road as you go up it at the moment. You can see it's 1 up and 2 down. And that will become 2 up, 2 down. So that's going to be your view then opposite the police station. You know, the footpath on the right, 2 lanes coming down, 2 lanes going up, and the footpath and cycleway on the left. Again, members, that's the existing layout. So there's no change to the junction arrangements there on the right-hand side coming out. And there's no right turn lane though, which there is. You'll note at the moment, members, there's an arrow in the middle of the road there, which allows traffic to pull in there to pull right. You can see it will not be there. It'll be a 2 up, 2 down arrangement. In front of the cottages now, there will be the new parking lay-by and the footpath. As you can see, they don't have that at the moment, so that will be provided. And that's going to be the arrangement then in front of the cottages. So you'll have the footpath on the right, new parking lay-by area for the houses, 2 up, 2 down, lanes of traffic, and then the footway and cycleway on the left. Again, members, and it's just as we go on up the road. So the bus stop will go, councillors, as part of this, but the bus, the Puffin crossing will remain. Obviously, will be widened out to accommodate the extra lanes of traffic, and the bus stop station there will be relocated as well. But the drop-off bus stop, as shown in the lay-by, will go. As you can see in the screen there, so you'll have the 2 up, 2 down arrangements with the Puffin crossing then across the road, and you can see then the entrance into Gardenville Terrace or Gardenville Avenue, sorry. So that's the entrance into the Gardenville Avenue, and 2 up, 2 down. At Killybrack Road, again, 2 up, 2 down arrangement with the traffic coming out there, not changing. And that's going to be your view then on the Gortin Road footpath on the right and the 2 lanes and the footpath and cycleway on the left. As you move on up then towards the Spar, counters, you can see the arrangement then changes. There will be a footway and the cycleway at the top of the green arrow. There'll be 2 lanes of traffic heading up the road. A central area where you can pull in to turn right into the Spar, and then 1 lane coming down with the footpath here. The traffic coming out of the Spar then can turn left, or it can turn right across the 3 lanes of traffic. So that's going to be arrangement there, councillors. That's an existing entrance into the Strood campus. Taken from Street View, it is now completed, so the works there are completed. There's no vehicle entrance into the Strood from there for the public. As you go on up then, countries, you have the pedestrian Puffin crossing point, the hotel entrance, and then the entrance into Arlee. Again, that's the entrance into the hotel. So 1 down, a dedicated right turn, 2 lanes going up, and the paths either side. And that then is the pedestrian entrance into the campus. And you have the Arlee entrance as well then. And you can see the arrangements then of the road, 1 down, 2 up, and the right turn into Arlee. So looking back then towards the Arlee entrance on the right-hand side, you can see coming down the road, there'll be a dedicated right turn lane into the Arlee School to cross over 2 lanes on the footpath. Moving on up the road then, the exit from the Arlee School comes out. You can see, members, there's an exit coming out, crossing 2 lanes of traffic on the Sentinel chevrons with 1 lane of traffic going down. Moving on up then, that's the view as you go on up the road. There's 2 going up, 1 coming down. And that'll continue with that arrangement. So you can see on the screen the footpaths either side and the 2 going up, 1 coming down. And as you get closer then to the junction of the Mountfield Road and the Strathroy Road, you can see the existing arrangements. So you have a house into the right-hand side, and then you have the existing housing development on the left, as you can see on the screen. So you'll have the 1 lane coming down, 2 going, 1 going straight on, 1 going left, and then the footpath and cycleway on the left-hand side. The junction itself then will become signalised, so there'll be a set of traffic lights here. On the opposite side of the road, looking back, you can see the existing arrangement will be retained, so straight on and right turn and 1 towards you. And then on the Strathroy Road, you'll have 1 lane turning left down towards the Strathroy Road. As you come up the Strathroy Road towards the photograph, you can see there's a left turn and a right turn arrangement. So that'll be extended on out, which will require the removal of the trees on the right-hand side. And you can see then that right turn and left turn arrangement will be lengthened out to give room for cars. And that'll require the removal of the trees and the moving over the footpath to do that all. And then as when you get round on the Strathroy Road, you have the first entrance into the car park, with the second one then further along the road, and the bus entrance then further along. And that's the existing entrance to the car park that's been created at the moment. So members will note from the report, as part of the proposal, the concern is over the loss of the trees. In terms of the tree removal, replacement planting is proposed, and that's included within the report. There's 59 trees to be removed in total, and 44 replacement trees. These are 4.5 metres in height at 8 metre intervals. On the screen, you'll see, members, the red dots. That's the position of the existing trees, and those are all to be removed to facilitate the roadworks. The new tree line then is the green dots, which are along the edge, the boundary with the Grange Park. As I say, there'll be approximately 8 metre intervals, a variety of species, and 4.5 metres. At the junction then, as you come out of the Grange at Nelly Avenue, the roadworks there will require the removal of the 5 trees that are shown on the screen. And these are the large beech trees you can see on the screen then on the left-hand side just before the car. So the five of those will go. And then you can see them there, members, on the screen to provide the improvements. So just in terms of the other trees, members, so I'll just go up the road to give you an idea again of where we are. So it's the green space and the trees in that central green area. And then you come along to the area where the black pine trees. Coming back down then again, the trees in. So the applicant has provided replacement planting, as you look from the report, and they have also included visuals showing the existing arrangements, and then the view after 0 to 5 years, and then the view after 10 to 15 years. So I'll just run through those numbers just to give you an idea of what is proposed. So left hand is the existing arrangements, and the right hand view then is 0 to 5 years. Again, then on the left is existing, and on the right then is 10 to 15 years. So the top drawing then is existing, and the second one then shows the trees to be removed and the replacement planting along the edge of the greens, 0 to 5 years. Top one existing, and then the bottom one is 10 to 15 years. Again, existing on the left, and 0 to 5 years on the right. Existing on the left, 10 to 15 on the right. Existing on the left, 0 to 5 then on the right. And again, existing on the left, and 10 to 15 on the right. So then this is you can see the spar then on the right hand side. So that's existing at the top. The middle then is 0 to 5, and view 5 then is 10 to 15. The loss of the trees up in this area, councillors, is not an issue. There's leylandis and various other things to be removed, but there's no problems with that in terms of policy. And again, then on up at the Strathroy, or the Strathroy Road junction with the Gortin Road, you can see again existing 0 to 5 and 10 to 15 from this direction, but there's no real trees or any concern about any loss of anything up in that area. In terms of the issue, one of the issues is the direction of traffic that will come from the south of the site and the east, which is Killyclare direction. Well, I'm sure members are familiar with Omagh very well, but just to show on the screen then is the Old Mountfield Road and the Gortin Road towards the campus, and the alternative routes that traffic can take rather than coming down the Old Mountfield Road, and you can see those both on the screen, and that'll take you out on the Killybrack Road, more or less opposite the site. The other alternative then is to go on through the through pass up to the Derry Road roundabout and across the Strathroy Link Road, which will take you on to Strathroy Road then, and then you'll be access into the car park and the bus park. So, say members, the reasons for refusal then, the summary of the reasons for refusal are on the screen. It's contrary to the policy, would result in an adverse impact on the environment through unacceptable loss of trees, and the replacement planting does not overcome the adverse effects of the removal. Second one then relates to the local need for the works and the thorough examination of alternatives to look at alternative forms of travel and mitigation. Then the next one then is the impact on the environment, the character and appearance of the area. That's through the loss of trees and loss of the open space, which relates to reason 4. And then finally, members, you'll note from the report that the inside lane is largely being created to create a drop-off laneway and allow the central lane to facilitate traffic having straight on. Although DFI roads are content with this, is concerned by the planning department in that the creation of the drop-off lane on the public highway would result in pedestrian road safety.
Okay, Darren.
Yep.
Thank you very much. That is a very detailed presentation. Thank you very much indeed for that. And I'm sure there will be questions streaming out of this. We do have speaking rights. Miss Jennifer Morgan from the Department of Education, Miss Karen McShane from Kevin McShane, Transport Consultant, and Mr. Matthew Carruthers, the agent. You will note there are 2 members from DFI Roads in attendance, and the reason they're in attendance, that's Harry Gallagher and Darren Campbell. If we have any particular questions, that's we as the committee that we want to direct, we can direct through Darren to the transport officials, and we can ask if we need to ask them. Ms. Morgan, McShane and Mr. Carruthers, the process, I'm not sure whether you've been made aware of it. You have 10 minutes to present, and that's collectively, not individually. I will be timing you from the start. You are up on the screen, so I think members should be able to decipher who you are. if you're going to go ahead in order, I'm presuming I'll call upon the agent first of all, and then he can stream into the client and the transport consultant. And that's just a pecking order that I'm pulling out of my head. We'll see where it goes. So look, if you are happy to start, I think everybody is connected in. If you're up to speed with WebEx, if you touch the screen or you use your cursor, you will see a mute and a stop video. You're obviously on video now. If you go ahead and just unmute yourselves collectively, I'll ask Matthew to come in and do the introductions, and then, as I say, you have 10 minutes from now. Okay? You're good to go, Matthew, if you come up now.
Actually, I'm going first. Is that okay? Sorry, guys, a bit of echo.
Okay, that's all right. Okay, Jennifer, you go ahead.
Hi, sorry. For members who don't know me, I'm Jennifer Morgan. I'm the Stroll Construction Director for the programme. I just want to, first of all, thank Darren for his comprehensive overview. And today, just run through some of, I suppose, on behalf of the department, some of our comments, and invite Karen McShane as Stroll Transport Consultant to give an overview on the need. First of all, I just want to say on behalf of the department that express our disappointment on the decision to recommend refusal. I want to highlight some concerns for future traffic congestion for OMA and for the campus long term. I think, unfortunately, in terms of the report, there's some misunderstandings that have crept in and that the committee members have been provided with. First of all, the loss of the trees. I would highlight that the 59 indicated is actually, in our view, 42 removal with 44 replant. I would also highlight that we are very flexible on the design of the trees and would welcome any commentary from the planners in that regard. I would also highlight that the drop-off lane, and Karen will go through this in more detail, it was never envisaged that that would be described as a drop-off lane in its own right. That lane is really provided to ease traffic flows to the campus and primarily for buses. But in reality, in terms of our submission to the planners, we did highlight the reality that exists in every school in the country, that no matter what we do, and we have provided drop-off zones within the campus itself, parents will drop kids as close to the campus as possible. So we're genuinely concerned from the health and safety issues of having only one lane coming up to the campus on Gorton Road. I reiterate that the department have brought this forward really in terms of being responsible because of the increase of traffic that will come on Gorton Road. For members who aren't aware, and Karen will detail some more detail, is that there's 4,000 children coming to the campus. And I would highlight that the campus, although we've had a significant delay, has had significant positive movement in terms of funding and in terms of executive engagement. I would also highlight the 3 million funding envelope for this project. If this refusal goes ahead, that budget will basically disappear and be removed from Stroll campus going forward. So if there's later reconsiderations, unfortunately, in terms of our budget constraints, we wouldn't be able to access that at a later date. Lastly, I would just highlight that if the refusal is going ahead, that this, in our view, will get broad criticism from the public and certainly from our schools. And I would be concerned that later on that the council may regret this refusal. I would invite Karen McShane to go through more issues on the need.
Thank you, Jennifer. Can you hear me okay, Chair? Yes. The application before us is for a new road widening scheme. And the road widening scheme in itself does not generate traffic, but the use of the road by other approvals in the area needs to be taken on board in the review of what is likely to happen in OMA if this road scheme does not proceed. As a representative of the school's design team, there was a transport assessment prepared for the school, which considered the introduction of the Strathroy Link Road and the use of the existing road network with and without the road widening scheme. The second reason that Darren put up there for refusal relates to the lack of demonstration of need for the works and that a thorough examination of alternatives had not been carried out, including considerations of alternative forms of travel and mitigation. Let me be quite clear. The TA conclusions outline that the road network would have queues and delays with the introduction of the school scheme if road improvements are not introduced. These would be slightly worse than the delays that occurred historically along this corridor. In relation to alternative transport, it must be noted that the proposed highway deals with walking, cycling, public transport, and the use of vehicles. Let us look at each of these in turn. A need was identified to address the fact that the existing footway on the Mountjoy Road Gorchin Road did not extend on the opposite side of the roadway along the Mountjoy cottages, and pedestrians walked on the road or had to negotiate parked cars along their journey. The scheme incorporates parking laybys for the cars along the Mountjoy cottages and provides a new footway along this side of the road. Without this scheme, the parking laybys cannot be created, and a footway will not be provided along this section of the road. The net result would be that potential school children will have to walk on the other side of the road, or more controversially, will have to step onto the carriageway to pass parked cars at the cottages, as they have to do at present when a car parks in front of the cottages. A need was also identified to ensure that cycle safety is improved. There were parts of the existing road network where the cycle lane was restricted. The road widening scheme provides an enhancement to this much needed facility and allows for the footway along the council side of the Gorchin Road to be widened to allow for a cycle lane and footway off the carriageway. Without the widening, this facility cannot be provided to the preferred standard. There is a need to provide a widening to 2 lanes in each direction, which would increase the capacity and avoid the road network becoming congested at peak times, which the proposed scheme will provide for. This is primarily provided to allow TransLink to run the bus services from the centre of the town, from the existing bus depot, to a new depot at the school to transport pupils at the start and end of the school day. Without the widening, TransLink will not operate the services to the school, and instead the 4,000 pupils will walk down the existing footway at Mountjoy Road to the bus depot. In addition, if any one parent decides to stop on the existing single carriageway road, they will not only block the route of the bus, but will also block the route of all the private cars along this section of the Gorchin Road, with the inevitable queue back to the town centre. And that's the point that was being made by Darren in the last reason for refusal, so we don't believe that will happen. The school has provided an internal set-down facility and a set-down area off the Strathroy Road, but no such facility is provided along the Gorchin Road. As part of the school application, a thorough examination of alternatives has been carried out, including consideration of alternative forms of travel and mitigation. The conclusion of the examination outlined the need to provide an enhancement to the old Mountfield Road, Lissanally Avenue, Gorchin Road junction, to ensure the queue and delay is minimised to avoid traffic blocking back to Drumra Avenue. The introduction of the improvements at this location as part of this scheme allows for the junction to operate within capacity by 2028 rather than at capacity with inevitable delays. The predicted queue with the scheme on the Mountjoy Road is 25 vehicles at the year of opening, which was reduced to less than 5 as a result of this scheme. As time progresses, these queues will only increase until they block through the town. There is a need to enhance the operation of the Strathroy Road Gorchin Road junction, as Darren outlined, to allow for the capacity for the trips diverting along the Strathroy link and trying to rejoin access to Gorchin Road. The existing junction will not have the capacity to deal with the predicted movements, and the road widening scheme will provide this through upgrades to the existing mini roundabout to provide better control of the vehicular movements, as well as providing for a much needed controlled pedestrian crossing to improve safer walking routes to school. There was also a point made about the modelling in the report, and the planning case officer to the committee stated that the modelling provided has not taken into account the subsequent operation of the Strathroy Link Road, nor the impact from COVID-19 and the impact from working from home. As a point of clarification, the predicted traffic flows for the Strathroy Road Link scheme were included in the transport assessment that was prepared. The predicted modelling takes account of this, as the queues would be notably longer if that link road had not been put in place.
1 minute
In
left.
summary, we do propose that sufficient work has been provided on the need for the scheme. The primary need relates to the enhancement of road safety and the improvements for public transport. And in summary, I understand that DFI are in support of this scheme and do see the benefits. I'll hand back to Jennifer. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you.
Conscious of time, I would just want to conclude what our presentation really in terms of we have a very detailed report based on every item listed on the refusal, and we would be very grateful to be able to issue that to the members for them to have a greater consideration of this planning application. Again, from a Stroud perspective, we're very concerned about the health and safety of the pupils coming to the campus without this project, and I would thank you for your consideration today.
Thank you very much, Jennifer and Karen. Time out. It's now over to members for any questions that they have in regard to the presentation just made on behalf of the application. I have a couple of speakers so far. I'm going to take them as they come. Councillor Deehan, Josephine.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to thank Darren for his very comprehensive report and illustrations, and also to thank Jennifer and Karen for their presentations. I want to ask a question of Karen or Jennifer, and it relates to the loss of open space, which is one of the considerations that we must take into account when assessing this application, which will be determined purely on the grounds of planning policy. So could I ask either Jennifer or Karen to make a comment on the loss of open space which would occur if this road widening scheme should proceed? Thank you, Chair.
If you don't mind, Josephine, I'm going to ask WIG, my consultant, to answer this question.
Hi, Josephine, just in response to your comment there, the planning policy that's been raised of the loss of open space, it's policy OS8, or sorry, OS1 PPS8. There will be a loss of open space. It's a small amount. I think it's 0.18 hectares of the area, which includes the trees. However, policy does allow for an exception where benefits will outweigh the loss of the open space. And obviously through this scheme, there are going to be numerous benefits, long-term community benefits to Omagh, which will outweigh the loss of what is a small area of open space. Also, we are providing significant replanting and buffer area as well to compensate for that. But within the planning submission and the various documents, the various benefits have been clearly set out that would accrue from the scheme. So obviously, these in summary would be sort of free flow of traffic in Omagh would be improved. There'd be improvements to various junctions along Mountjoy and Gorchin Road, which would be a benefit to users of it. The junction with Lisnelly Avenue, Mountjoy Road, Mountfield Road would be improved, providing better access and safer access for those entering and exiting. There'd be improvements for pedestrians and cyclists along the pathway and linkages. There's also going to be existing pedestrian crossings will be retained and control crossing point will be added at the bottom of Strathroy Road and the junction with Gorchin Road, which a signalised junction, which will also help connectivity and pedestrian safety. As part of the scheme, there's also a new Puffin crossing to be provided close to and between the Silver Birch Hotel and the Spar. And in addition to that, there will be improvement of road drainage through provision of improved drainage infrastructure as part of the development, certainly as part of the pre-application community consultation that was undertaken as part of the scheme. That was a major issue raised by many of the residents. So the improvement of drainage that would come from this would be of a great benefit as a result of the scheme.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thanks very much, Joe. Next up, Councillor Thompson, Earl.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And can I first of all thank Darren for his very in-depth presentation, and also to Jennifer, Karen and Matthew for their presentation and answers so far. With regard to Karen had mentioned the cottages there. I take it that she is referring to Maryville Terrace. Can I have that confirmed?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor.
Okay, and I Jennifer, and I think I picked her up right. And she was sort of contradicting the planning officer's comments with regard to the trees and the replacement of. Can you confirm the number of trees that you see being removed, Jennifer, and being replaced by yourselves?
Yes, it was 59 trees surveyed, and I think that's where the misconception came in. But it's 42 to be removed and 44 to be replanted.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Next up, Councillor Smith. Chris.
Thanks, Chair. I have been scribbling away a couple of questions here. I suppose the first one I'd like to ask is sort of in a similar vein to Councillor Thompson. I accept the argument around the trees. I accept that you've already answered it. However, I mean those are major disparities. There's a 20% sort of there's 20% out between us and the planners, and I'm going to ask the planners as well how they accept that. But that's a huge number to be out by. One of you is out by that number. Don't know which one it is. Second question. Once again, I mean, it's a fairly simple question. I mean, does the modelling include things or not? Those should be fairly simple. They're not opinions. It either does or it doesn't. I wouldn't mind a clearer answer on that. Secondly, and I mean this is maybe a question that I'm going to ask of and I don't know, Chair, where you think it's most appropriate. You were saying that there was 2 people from DFI Roads. Would it be appropriate to ask that later or now?
It would be appropriate to ask it when Darren comes back on, not at this juncture.
I'll hold those 2 then.
Right.
But if those are answered, that'll be a start, please.
Karen and Jennifer.
If I can start, Chair, just on the modelling. The transport assessment that was originally prepared took on board a number of committed schemes, including the transport implications of those schemes. In the case of the Strathroy Link Road, it was added in as a committed scheme, and the benefit of having that scheme was included in the modelling with the school application. If we didn't take on board that scheme, the whole network would just reach saturation point. So it was very much identified that the Strathroy Link Road was a committed development and that it would be in place before the schools opened, and it was included in the transport assessment. Over.
Thank you, Karen. Jennifer, have you anything further to add to the questions?
Not overly, just to say again that I believe that the tree misunderstanding came from the amount of trees surveyed. There was 59 trees surveyed, and I think that's where the 59 number has came in. And again, just to reiterate about the replanting, we're replanting 44 and taking out 42. And just to emphasise that I do recognise that it's very emotional taking trees out, especially in terms of the aesthetic that is currently there. And we are committed to, as much as we can, to reinstate that aesthetic. And we are open as well to repositioning the trees in a similar fashion that is already on Gorton Road, just to highlight. So if that will help support the scheme.
That's okay. Thank you, Jennifer. Next up, Chris, you're happy enough with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. Next up, Councillor Garrity. Mary.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair, and welcome Jennifer, Karen and Matthew, and thanks for that, and indeed Darren as well. Like you, Chair, unfortunately I missed the site visit and I was very disappointed in that, but I feel fully up to speed with all the officers and the reporters today, so thanks for that. Some of the questions have been answered. The trees, of course, I know Darren will clarify his position, but just maybe one for you, Jennifer. You mentioned perhaps if we didn't go with this, a criticism, we'd be criticised all the time, we can take it on the chin, but the budget was one. We were going to come out the wrong side of this regardless what we do, but the budget was one you touched on, and where it's not a concern here regarding policy, it's something just if you could elaborate on. You said that this mightn't come again. I also would like to say my fear with this application, was that the road would never be wide enough. I'm a mother of 4, and this is going back to not a policy issue, but I know what's going to happen when that campus does eventually open up there. And on a personal level, I think the scheme looks wonderful. So congratulations to those that have done that. But I realise there is an issue with the environment, and has been alluded to, the emotionalness with taking away trees and your attempt to replace that. And I welcome that, but I think we have to get a balance. So if you could just reflect, Jennifer, go back to the budget that you're saying, because possibly how this could implicate things going forward if we don't. But again, I have to point out this is not a policy factor, but it's something I was interested in. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mary. No, look, in terms of criticism, I totally agree, given where I sit as well. Certainly, in terms of the budget, and I know most of you will be aware of this, but in terms of the funding envelope for Stroul is funded under the Fresh Start Agreement money. And although I can't go into all the detail on that today, we have had significant engagement with Treasury in order to restart Stroul in its fullest sense. So I'm aware that in terms of budgetary constraints for us personally, when this essay, this refusal goes through, when we're recommencing Stroul, I have to reconfirm the profile of Stroul through the Treasury. And then when I take the 3 million out of that, it's money that is relinquished to the Fresh Start Agreement money fund, should I say, because it's not just Stroul that is funded through the Fresh Start Agreement money. So I will say that we've painfully, over the number of years in delay, spent a lot of time looking at our funding arrangements and approvals, and Gorton Road has been firmly justified in great detail in those documentation to Treasury and to DOF and to DE. So it would be great pain from my point of view to remove money that we should be spending to enhance OMA as part of the campus. And also on an emotional note, for somebody who's been working on Stroul since 2014, I would hate to see the campus open after all this time and all this pain to get it done, and it will be completed. Criticism will come because kids can't get to the school easily, and TransLink, who have stated categorically to us before that they will not come to the campus. And in the design, we have a 35 bus park in the campus. So it is quite emotional for everybody, but I do understand the trees as well. But thank you, Mary. But unfortunately, budget disappears if we don't spend it.
Thanks for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mary. Last up, Councillor Feely. Anthony.
Thank you, Robert, for that. Just bear with me a wee minute, Robert. I'm using a screen here today for the first time. But hey, Councillor Thompson asked the question I was going to ask about the trees. But I was just wondering when if they are replanting trees that they be using native species, like kind of keep it with the kind of trees we're used to. That's all I was wondering. Just can I come in another wee thing here, Robert?
Yes, certainly. Go ahead.
Robert, I just know you have a very stick to chairs orders, but you're keeping an eye on us all that we're on the screen. But say I had to go out for a minute to go to the bathroom, or maybe go in the kitchen to get a mug of tea, and there's something going on. Would we not be entitled to vote there, or do we have to say it to you, or what? Just wondering what
if you're going to leave the room, it's the same as in here. You'd be noted as leaving, Anthony. I don't mind you going as long as you say, but that will exclude you if there is a vote coming up. I know that there's a problem down in Garrison, but we will try and accommodate it. Don't worry.
Thanks, Robert, and thanks, and hopefully my internet will stick it. That's dead on.
That's okay.
Just one will be planting native trees when they replant. Yep. I must say, the site visit was a good job, and I'm glad I went to the site visit now. Can I understand it better? And Darren done a great job that day, so I'm just glad I went to it. And Darren did mention the trees that day. I was just wondering, was it picked up on? Thanks for that, Robert.
Right. Jennifer or Karen, there was a question in there with regard to species.
That's okay. I'll pass it over to WIG here. And just to say on the site visit, I'm happy to bring us to the site anytime, guys. Just to say, bring it right, especially when we're about to recommence.
Matthew?
Yeah, so if I just come back on the tree species comment, there's obviously been a comprehensive landscaping scheme that's been developed as part of this planning application. And there's great consideration given to the trees as part of that. Obviously, there's black pine, spruce trees along there. The landscape architect at the time looked at the possibility of replanting those, but it was deemed that replanting wouldn't be appropriate for the site, and that other species of London plane and silver lime trees would provide a better replacement along there, as they're long-living species which are suitable for parklands and avenues, and would be well suited to the location along the Mountjoy Gortron Road. They were also considered, in terms of regrowth and replanting, you have to provide sort of appropriate space for the trees to take. So with London plane, silver lime, whenever you go to replant semi-mature replacement trees, if you give them enough space and that species, they will quickly establish themselves and give significant early growth early on once they're planted, and that would then help to reduce sort of visual impacts and landscape impacts as a result of the loss of the trees. So it's supposed to answer the question, though, it would be different species of trees, but they have been identified as being more suitable for the location.
Okay, thank you for that, Matthew. I have three more councillors too coming back in. Councillor Deehan, Joe.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just have a final question, and it relates to PPS 3, access, movement and parking. Now, I think Jennifer did indicate in her presentation, Chair, that drop-off area, so-called, was only ever intended to improve traffic flows through the site and to prevent backup congestion proximal to the drop-off point. Could I just ask for further clarification on that? Because this is cited as a policy reason for refusal. So could I just have some clarification on that drop-off point and what can be done to mitigate that? Thank you.
That's okay. Thank you. Jennifer?
I'll pass over to Karen, who'll describe this better than I could, but certainly for me, from a layperson, it was more, again, about recognising school behaviours, and that's why we refer to it as drop-off, but I'll pass over to Karen to explain that further.
Okay, thank you. The phrase drop-off has sort of crept into this discussion. The road scheme that's put forward is not a drop-off, it's a full traffic lane. And Darren noted in his presentation that all along the frontage, up to travelling north towards the school, there is 2 lanes heading out of town. The inside lane is a continuous lane. The second lane is a continuous lane. Now, in Darren's presentation, at a couple of locations, he identified that there was previously a little right turn arrow that was available for traffic turning right. When you have 2 lanes, effectively the outside lane accommodates that vehicle that wishes to turn right, and the inside lane allows the traffic to progress. So that's one of the reasons why the 2 lanes have been introduced. The second reason is if the bus stops on the carriageway, there is a second lane available for traffic to get past that bus. And the third point, which is the one that Councillor Deehan has raised, if a parent stops to drop off on that inside lane, yes, they're dropping off, but there is still a second lane available for a car to drive past and continue on without being impeded. So it's not designed as a drop-off lane, and that's the terminology that has been referred to. It's designed as the full traffic lane, and hopefully that clarifies that.
That's okay. Thank you for that, Karen. Next up, Councillor Donnelly. Sean.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Karen, and for coming here. Right, like Anthony, I attended the site meeting and at the meeting, I think, the site meeting. I really got my eyes opened and I was impressed about it, I know there is problems with traffic and all that there, and I love trees. I might as well tell you, the older you get, I love trees. But as the trees, I would be sad to see the trees being removed, but if it was needed very badly, as long as they give a commitment to replace the trees, I could live with that. We're not losing that much green space, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Another thing.
Sean, I'm going to cut across you. Don't express an opinion here. Only ask questions, please. It's just, you could be seen as...
I think I'm entitled to express my view now, Councillor or Chairperson.
Yeah, in a general aspect, not in regard to a particular aspect on the application, Sean. It's only just a word of advice.
That's my feeling, you know, and I suppose then I'll have to be careful what I say.
Yep.
You know, it is a major building thing that's coming up, a NOMA, you know, again, there's going to be a lot of jobs, you know. No, I accept probably what you said, the Chair, you know, but I'd be happy enough with a lot of the things. Now, I know there is problems, but I would be happy enough with a lot of it. And maybe there's still things to be ironed out. Thank you, Chair.
There are. Thank you very much for that, Sean. I don't think, had you a particular question or was just comments that you're making?
More comment on
right.
Tended to thing, you know, and maybe that, yeah, thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much, Sean. Councillor Thompson, Earl, back in.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for allowing me back in. And a couple of supplementaries here, really. I think it was Jennifer had mentioned that there was other documentation that maybe we haven't seen yet. Is that correct?
I think it would appear to be backing documentation that Jennifer was referring to and possibly Karen in regard to the presentation that we're making to us, that possibly it may be available to us if so desired. But that's basically just to back up what they've said in their presentation.
Well, Chairman, if you allow, I think it would be very beneficial if Jennifer can supply that further documentation to us as a committee. This is a very, very important subject.
I think probably coming from the chair, if we're looking for that, then it's not the norm at the moment. It may be taken in the fact if the committee, and I'm not putting words in anybody's mouth, consider that they haven't sufficient or they require more information in regard to determination, then you'd be considering a deferral at that stage. Then if more information were to be made available from the applicants to our officers, then that in turn could be made available to us for our consideration. But that would be the correct form, Earl.
Thank you. Second question there, and it was touched on with regard to the McJoy Road, the turn off to Woodside Avenue, and at the side of the old police station.
Yeah.
There's currently a right turn there, and that's going to be removed. What way then we envisage traffic being able to get into that location, saying there's a requirement at this minute in time for a right turn?
A dedicated right turn that's there, yep. Karen, do you want to take that up?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, because we're providing 2 lanes, effectively it's a bit like a 4-lane bypass that you would normally have, or the Malone Road in Belfast, or the Lisburn Road. It's a continuous road with 2 lanes in each direction at that point. If somebody wishes to turn right, at present they pull into the little right turn pocket and you have 1 lane down the side that allows the traffic to continue. In this case, the outside lane becomes the right turn. So rather than having 3 lanes, which would mean more space requirements, the outside lane allows a vehicle to wait and turn right, while the inside lane allows the traffic to continue to filter past that car that's waiting. So it's an optimization, Councillor Thompson, to minimise the amount of road space while still maintaining a safe means for the right turners so that they minimise the potential for rear end shunts.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Earl. I don't see any more councillors wanting to ask questions of the applicants and their agents.
My hand up? No.
No. Councillor Coyle? No. John, do you want to come in?
Yeah, yep. Please. I had it up. I don't know. It mightn't be working. Maybe I need IT, but...
Right. Sorry, just Councillor John Coyle. John, go ahead.
I have just 2 questions. Like all the rest of the councillors about the loss of trees, that's, it's unfortunate, but we'll have to chat about that when recommendations maybe that need to be not so formally planted, that it needs to be informal like the ones that are there at the minute. I have Grange Park is a council public park for residents to use, and I know that the pedestrian, maybe a question to Matthew, that the pedestrian footway is going to be moved closer to the railings. Is there any mitigation, just in case that there would be in the future, a car accident, maybe if it was a raised footway, to prevent cars mounting the footpath and safety of cyclists and pedestrians? And the other one is about item 5 for refusal. It's hypothetically drop off lane on the public highway. Was there any consideration given to a dedicated, drop off area for, vehicles, passengers at the car shop? And thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Karen?
If I can just...
Right, okay, Matthew, go ahead.
Comment there just about the protection for the pedestrians. Now, I think the current scheme, the landscape strip, has moved in closer to the Grange Park, and obviously it's been raised that there's no buffer there with the road. I think, as Jennifer had said, there's flexibility within the landscape scheme, and we could look at moving that landscape buffer back so that there is a sort of boundary between pedestrians and the road, if that was a concern. I think the reason that had been moved as it's presented in the plan application present was due to maintenance and for space requirements. But again, if that was an issue, we could certainly look at that and see if it can be put back, and something that could address the sort of informal nature of replanting. It could be looked at in the whole to address that, and also provide some further protection to pedestrians there if that was an issue. But if I'll hand you back to Jennifer just on the drop-off point, hopefully that addresses that query.
Thank you for your question, John. Just to highlight that we have, inside the boundary of the actual campus, we have a very significant drop-off area within the campus, and we've also proposed an additional drop-off area on Strathroy, just to highlight, which we've already got planning permission for. So we've maximised the internal design of the campus, but the drop-off area on the road, it's not actually meant to be a drop-off, as unfortunately that is a misunderstanding that has got into the application. It is really just to provide a dedicated lane, really ideally for buses. And I know that with DFI, we considerations later maybe make that a dedicated bus lane at certain times, but I would let DFI.
Okay, thank you for that. 2 councillors, 1 back in, and a new councillor, Sean Donnelly. Councillor Donnelly, is your hand still up, or do you want to ask another question, Sean?
No, thank you. No, try the hand. Forgot to take the hand down.
That's okay. Thank you, Sean. Councillor Campbell, Glenn Campbell. Glenn.
Yes, Chairman. I've remained attentive. I had to remove myself from the room. It was a bit noisy for me there, Chairman. So, but I think I got most of what Karen had said, and I think it's my understanding, or I just want to clarify really. There would be no attempt really to encourage a drop-off. Really, it's just maybe unfortunate that terminology from what I gather has crept in. I am assuming that I think Karen may have been saying this, that parents would be encouraged to go to the dedicated drop-offs within the site, as opposed to encouraging that type of drop-off, which we do know happens, but it's more something we'd like to avoid. And just to clarify, that's my understanding, that this will be about behaviour change, really trying to encourage people not to be dropping off there, and then of course in terms of the right turn lane, it's just getting used to a different approach to turning right there. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you, Glenn. Karen or Matthew, do you want to take that up? There's more a question and a bit of a comment.
Chair, if I can start.
Yeah, Karen, yeah, go ahead.
I think we already have planning permission for quite a substantial drop-off, which was designed within the school campus. It's designed on a one-way system with pull-in spaces dedicated for parents to drop off so that we can get them in and get them out as quickly as possible. And that is the main drop-off. As part of the development of the Strathroy Link Road, we also worked with the AFI to identify a further drop-off and a pedestrian route from the Strathroy Link into the school campus. So let me make it clear, the widening of Gorchin Road is not a drop-off. It is not contrary to PPS 3. It is a full traffic lane, and that's the way it has been designed. Jennifer, do you want to add anything to that?
No, just to reiterate that certainly from a campus perspective with the schools, because this scheme has been described in detail to, as you can imagine, our stakeholders. And certainly from that perspective, we'll be obviously encouraging parents not to be dropping off on Gorchin Road. But speaking of the reality, and from somebody who's obviously been observing the school for some time now, that if you look at any of our schools, they, to start and end of day, parents, especially if it's bad weather, do drop off and stop even in double yellow lines to get their kids out to school. So it was really more of acknowledgement as, being a responsible, department that planned for the project, acknowledging that that is a risk that we'll be bringing that doesn't exist in Gorchin Road at the minute. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I see no further hands. I'll go on now to item 4, and that's the planning officer's comments in regard to the presentations and the questions that members had. Darren?
Okay, members. So just to go through some of the issues raised there. Just to take the trees, members, to start off with, the report does refer in the paragraphs relating to trees, it refers to 59 trees, and it does say that 59 will go. Members, I will accept what the applicant's saying here. There's 42 to go and 44 to be replanted. I will accept what they're saying. I will look and see why the confusion arose. But certainly there's no concern in my respect that the members are being misinformed here. The trees that are concerned about are the trees in the green area along the area from the Grange. And then also in front of the at the edge of Lisanelli. So I think members are fully informed of where the trees are that will be removed. So just to be clear on that, the replacement planting again is listed in the report within the comment and the section on trees. There's 15 London plans. There's type of maple, 3 sweet cherry, 3 sweet pear, 6 common oak, 14 silver lime, and 3 black pine. So those will be 4.5 meters in height. And spaced at 8-meter intervals along the edge of the park. And again, the photo montages then show members what is proposed, so I don't think there's any issue in relation to the detail there. The compensation planting, the comment on that is in the report. It's a formal row along the edge of the road, and it's not considered to reflect and replace what's there and the loss of trees within that. In terms then of the other issues, the issue about this phrase drop-off lane arose because that is included within the information accompanying the application. It's clear from the discussion today that the road is not designed as a drop-off lane. It's designed as a public highway. I think the reference was the Malone Road, so there'll be 4 lanes of road going up and down, but it's obvious and clear to everybody here that it will become a drop-off lane. And the concern of the planning department is that it's not designed for that. Children will be stopped, or the cars will stop on the public road. Children will get out of their cars on the highway, on this inside lane. And then traffic will then pull on and drive on and also change lanes. So there's a concern over that. And I think members need to just have that in their minds, that what is being approved here and what is the actual function of it. In terms then of the issues about the other ways of travel to the site, I think one of the members related to behavioural change, and I think that's an area that the application would need maybe to explore further. And look at that further in terms of the pedestrian links and the connectivity to other areas in relation to crossing points and footpaths that are there. And I did point out the reduction in the pedestrian crossing points at the 2 key areas, which are in front of the Grange, at the existing sort of entrance into the park. And then on the other side of the road, it's a 1.9 metre wide footpath. Children coming around that corner only have 1.9 metres before they're standing on the edge of the 4-lane highway. So the concern is in relation to that. In terms of the other issues, I fully accept, members, that there will be an impact upon the traffic flows when the school opens. There'll be an impact no matter what's built here, and the balance then is between the policy, which is to encourage public forms of transport, active travel, etc., against the reliance on the public car.
Thank you very much, Darren. I have two councillors, but I'm going to ask the first just to see if his hand has remained up from the last set of questioning. Councillor Campbell, Glenn, have you a question? Yeah, right, that's okay. I now have two councillors. Councillor Smith, Chris.
Thanks very much, Chair. I suppose there's some of the questions have been addressed. I suppose one thing that I think is probably quite important if we are to consider the approach that Councillor Thompson put forward, which I think has merit, about a deferral. In terms of how we've came to get to this place, Darren, in terms of the context where and the thing, is this an extent? I mean, I think there's some of those points are kind of a brick wall. They're a yes or no, and they're a judgment call. But how many of them, or are any of them, caused by a lack of stuff being provided, or a wee bit more work on this could bring it over the line? So the first question would be sort of around that there. How many of those do you see as being brick walls that can't be overcome? How many are judgment calls that with a wee bit of extra work could be brought over the line? I understand things like the trees and stuff are probably, they're just judgment calls, but if you give it,
is that your first question, Chris?
Yeah,
okay.
Just in relation to that, Councillor, I think the context of your question is in terms of road safety. The road is designed to the appropriate departmental standards, and there is no issue in relation to their guidance and their documents. So that is not a concern. The other issues then are all material considerations for members to balance and consider and give appropriate weight to, as with any planning application.
Okay, that fair enough. The other question I would like to ask is I understand that we have, Chair, two representatives from Road Service here. Is that right? Yeah.
That's correct. Yes.
Now, I suppose if I picked you up earlier correctly, Road Service had no problem with how this road was set up, and the planners themselves have raised this issue around a drop-off point or whatever. I suppose I would appreciate if you would allow it the opportunity to hear a little bit of why those individuals who are sort of semi-removed from the process think it is safe, but also just on a more general point, how often do we do that? I think that's very, very rare, is it not, Darren? That we would say, because we're not the competent body in that. I mean, Road Service, their road safety, we're planning, for us to sort of almost go in over their heads. That's one. I know it's very uncommon, but is it unheard of?
Well, the council, councillors, the council now is the decision maker, so the consultee is providing advice to the council, and then we have a duty to take that into account and give that appropriate weight. It is unusual that the planning department does not go with the consultee's recommendation, but it does happen. We give weight to things. You may get a situation where a consultee may ask for more things than the planning department and the planning legislation can actually do. In this case, the critical concern is that the proposal being put to members is the creation of 2 lanes going up the Gorchin Road. There is no denying, and the discussion today has clearly identified it, that the inside lane facing the Grange and the campus will be a drop-off lane, and parents will use that. And you can see that exists already. For example, obviously the academy, the inside lane is, and the footpath is used as a drop-off lane, and indeed there was an accident of it last week. So that inside lane will become a drop-off zone. Stopping that is going to be very, very difficult. The concern the planning department have is that this is designed as a public road, not designed for children to be dropped off. And we would be putting forward the recommendation and the concerns based on the full knowledge that that is what's before us. It's not hidden, it's before you, and it's not being approved as a drop-off lane, it's being approved as a public road.
Food for thought, Chair. Thanks very much.
Yeah, hold on, Chris. I'm going to bring Deirdre in. Deirdre McSorley. Deirdre.
It's just maybe to sort of a follow on from that question. This is unusual in the sense of the consultee. Normally we would have a development and it would be the ancillary development in terms of the access to that site that we're relying on DFI Roads to give us comment on. And in most cases, we would assess that in terms of the overall development. In this case, the development is the road. So when we look at the complete development, we have to look at all aspects, not just the road safety issues, but also the impact that that has on the environment, the loss of trees, issues around safety, amenity. All of those have to be considered in the context of the proposal. And that would be outside the considerations that DFI Roads would be given in terms of traffic safety.
Thanks very much, Deirdre. At this stage, and we have done it in the past, members with regard to consultees bringing in advice from specialist departments, we've done it in regard to NIEA and we've done it in regard to our own environmental health. So if Harry Gallagher and Darren Campbell from DFI Roads are willing to take a question from Councillor Smith. Harry, I'll take you as the lead and Darren as the wingman. Harry, are you up for it? All you have to do is unmute yourself, Harry. I can see you as visual. Yeah, you're still talking, but no sound is coming through to me. Try it again. Yeah. If you're not going to talk, then Darren?
Chair, can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you, Darren. Yes, obviously you've banjaxed Harry, and you wanted to just chat.
Well,
Harry, are you there now?
Sorry, do you mind if I say something? But I don't.
Yes. I'll ask you to come in first, and then Darren after you. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll be very brief. With just a couple of things I want to say, just because it's been mentioned there, Chris Smith, and one of the crucial things is that whole Maryville Terrace, and it's a long-standing desire of mine for the past 20 years to get a footway and lay-by along there, and it is so important. It's so crucial that that there's a pedestrian access of a reasonable width along that side of the road. And the difficulty is that if we provide even the bare minimum of a footway of 2.2 metres and a lay-by in front of it, it forces the carriageway lanes, even 2 lanes, to be realigned into the Grange Park area. It's not for this drop-off zone which has been discussed, but it's because of providing a footway and lay-by at Maryville Terrace that forces the road to be realigned. And it's just to clarify that aspect, because realistically I don't see anybody dropping their children off down at near the old police station to let their children go there. If they were dropping them off that far, they might as well walk to school. And the other thing was, we've mentioned about the right turning lane into Woodside Avenue, and unfortunately there isn't actually a full width right turning lane there. I only wish there was. If there's 2 cars coming down the road and there's a very small car wishing to turn right, they can manage to do that, but there's not the width to do that at the minute. I only wish there was, because if there had been the width there to do that, I would have had a footway along that terrace many years ago. So I just wanted to clarify that, just because it was one of those things that was always in the back of my mind as being absolutely fundamental to the scheme. And I'll let Darren Campbell speak now. Apologies for going.
Right. No, you're okay, Harry. Thanks. Darren?
Okay, Chair, thanks for letting me have a quick discussion. So, in terms of the scheme, we see it as a balanced approach to all modes of transport. We see it as improving walking, cycling, public transport. We see it dealing with the residual traffic impacts, but most importantly, allowing bus public transport to facilitate and connect to the site. There is a significant bus park approved already, and to make that work, we believe that is needed. The road, as Harry has said, to provide the fundamental aspect is to get a footpath along Maryville Terrace. Along with that, the simple area parking for them. To do that, the unfortunate consequence is that the trees would have to go. That's not something that we would choose lightly. In terms of the drop off, that would never have been our approach. Okay, so and it's not detailed in the detailed design drawings that we were, I suppose, concentrating on. And indeed, there has been road safety engineering reports have been done in this scheme, to review its detailed design, and hasn't picked up on that issue. And we believe there is substantial drop off within the school area to promote it. We have 2 further stages of safety that will be done post construction, which are known as stage 3 and stage 4. They will look at the operation and look at what can and what should be done to mitigate those, such as creating an urban clearway, to at least put something in place to at least prevent it. But we all know schools, it's the least path of resistance to schools. So if we were to take that position, of a drop off, we would be effectively refusing every school. We have to get the facilities internal to promote them getting in. Schools have to really drive that position home. We believe this is probably as good a facility as any school or campus will provide to get them in. So I don't think it's a reality; it's a possibility. And we believe in terms of planning policy, the key matters for us are PPS 3 and PPS 13, and we believe they align with that. They recognise sustainable transport in the form of the buses. They recognise needing to get people to walk and cycle. They also recognise that in real terms there will be some reliance on the car. I think the council would accept that, and indeed that aligns with the SPPS, as I said, PPS 3, PPS 13, and indeed the draft plan strategy that the council itself is putting forward. So that's the key issues we would have. There is probably refinements that could be done, and I think the applicant probably would welcome discussions on that. But with the planning authority, if that would benefit the scheme and benefit a decision to be taken to approve.
Thanks very much, Darren. Thanks very much, Harry. If you could mute off of a couple of councillors coming in. Just something that I'll say from the chair. I think Councillor Smith has alluded to it. There are 5 recommendations for refusal. If Chris, you were asking, or even members were asking, and you're looking at it, numbers 1, 3, and 4 possibly can be bundled together. Those are more environmental and open space issues. The issue of number 2 and number 5 are definite policy issues with regard to possible mitigation in regard to the scheme in front of us. So something to think about, members, in that regard. I'll go forward now. I have 3 more councillors here. I have Councillor Deehan. Joe.
Thank you, Chair. Harry and Darren, for their clarification. They have which I want to address to Harry or Darren, and that is, could they please make a comment in crossings that have been referred to by Darren Lawther, and in particular to the safety of those crossings.
Darren, that's possibly for you, Darren Campbell, or Harry might want to pick it up.
Yeah, me trying to get my mute off again. No, they are good questions about the crossings, and thanks for bringing it up, because it is a good opportunity to do it. Because we're actually introducing a new controlled pedestrian crossing. That's one of the ones with traffic lights on Strathroy Road near Christ the King Church. So that's new. It's sort of over and above what's already been part of this proposal. But yes, there is going to be one a controlled pedestrian crossing at sort of around Silver Birch McBride's shop, and I have to double check just to be absolutely sure, but as far as I know, the pedestrian crossing is staying at the access from roughly the Killybrack Road, top of Maryville Terrace, over to the Grange. That's staying there. And then obviously there'll be control crossings within the junctions at Old Mountfield Road and the new signalised junction at Strathroy, where the Strathroy Road joins the Gorchin Road. Just sort of in that whole sort of aspect of pedestrian crossings and the environment on it. One of the other things that we're actually are introducing this financial year before this scheme, regardless as to what goes on here, is a part-time 20, just to sort of prove that we're not wedded to faster roads, as sometimes people think we are. We're introducing these part-time 20 schemes on the Gorchin Road, and that'll sort of run from Arville East School out to BD Park and include part of the Strathroy Road. So that's one of the measures also that will be introduced. Whatever happens on the outcome of this, that will be going ahead this year.
Chair.
Sorry, Chair. Councillor Deehan put into chat she can't hear, so might if IT can address her maybe. Sorry for interjecting, but she's having trouble.
Sorry,
okay.
Chair. I just didn't quite hear Darren's response to the pedestrian crossing issues and their safety. The one at the Grange Park and further up. Just briefly, could I have a comment on that?
That's okay. That's Darren Campbell you're talking about rather than our Darren?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, Darren, could you pick that up about the... I know Harry said
Just
something,
briefly.
but maybe you need to... Yeah, briefly. Darren Campbell?
Yeah, okay, Chair. I'm not quite sure what Darren is alluding to in terms of pedestrian safety associated with that junction. That has been designed to meet our standards in terms of construction, in terms of what we can deliver at that location, bearing in mind, it is an enhancement in terms of pedestrian safety. This has received a road safety engineering assessment and report to the detailed design stage, and all matters, have been dealt with. So perhaps he's alluding to footpath widths or something, but that within the confines of the design, that's we are probably limited in that respect. But having heard the standard is generally 2 meters for a footpath. So if it's a 1.9 dimension, it's very close. But perhaps that refinement could be looked at. In discussion, if I recall, as part of the design, they were looking at the access into the Grange Park, and making that work, and had discussed with council officials in terms of that design. So if that was to be minimised, there might be an option to look at refinements there. But certainly, it has been reviewed in terms of safety. We have no safety concerns based upon what's been presented to yourselves in terms of pedestrian safety or traffic safety, and has went through the proper road safety engineering process.
Thanks very much, Darren. Joe, happy enough? I'll take that as a yes. Councillor Thompson, I'm going to bring you in here, in and out now, and you had said before that you may be considering the possibility of a deferral in regard to trying to access the information that was referred to by Jennifer and Karen in regard to sort of backup reports that maybe they wanted to substantiate or go against the recommendations from our officers. Is that still your thrust, Earl? Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman, and thank you to all who took part in this discussion. It's very worthwhile. I do feel from what Jennifer had said and other things that which have been raised between DFA roads, our planning officers and DE, I think there is a reason to go for a deferral at this time to get more information and maybe more discussion on this application. This is vitally important that we get this right, and I feel that we need a deferral at this time. I'll go by your good judgment, Chair, as to how long that would be for, and maybe the planning officers could elaborate on that. But I think it definitely needs to be more information brought and more discussion between the departments and all interested parties on this. So I am proposing a deferral, timing to be confirmed. Thank you, Chairman.
No, thank you very much, Earl. I think the discussions that have taken place in regard to applicants, agents, and the two roads, Representative Harry and Darren, and even our own planning officials, would appear that more discussion in regard to the issues that are blocking the scheme, for want of a better word, would need to take place. And I think there is enough information probably in the background. Councillor Garrity, you're next up.
Thanks, Chair. And was my hand indicating there all right? The hand function is working?
It was, yes. The hand
Right,
function,
okay.
your hand function is working, Mary. Yeah.
Okay, okay, I'll accept that. Thanks very much, Chair. Well, I appreciate what Councillor Thompson says and have no major issue with it. But first and foremost, I want to thank Darren for clarifying the tree situation, which he accepts, and he accepts the applicants or Jennifer's take on it. So that cleared that up for us. Thanks, Darren, and we have no issue with that. What I am going to say is to the two gentlemen from DFI Roads, the question would be, do they see any problems with this? I don't think we need more time, if I'm being really, because these things should have been ironed out. I think the footpath that Darren's alluding to there, it made a reference it as 1.6, and if these are things that could be dealt with, you know, retrospectively, but there mightn't be something we can condition in. But I do think we've had a lengthy discussion on this, and there's been a lot of reports and diligent work done by both the planning officers and indeed the agents in this case, and I think it's a very disservice not to make decisions on this today. I'm content with what should be done personally, but if other members are not, I'm happy to defer, but I think that's a backward step. So my question is to the two gentlemen, Harry and Darren, can this scheme, in your opinion, listening to the likes of Darren Lawther, be enhanced, and would you think that perhaps slightly longer and discussions with the Department of Education, Transport Consulting Agents, etc., benefit the scheme? Because I think this work should have been done to date, but that's a question for the two guys. Thanks.
Harry, would you come in on that, please? Harry Gallagher.
Yeah, and I think we really should be cooperating and working together with each other, and I'm not very comfortable that we seem to be at you know, coming from different directions. I think we could get a bit more understanding if we discussed further between ourselves and DFI, who are not actually the people promoting the scheme, but with the Department of Education and you know, with Darren Lawther. I'm sure we could come up with things that we're all happier with, which would maybe bring us to more consensus in a meeting. I say I felt slightly uncomfortable that we've been at, although I understand so much of where people are coming from, and everybody else has said it, and I feel it the same. I mean, the trees are such an asset to OMA, but I think we should all be having more consensus about where we're coming from rather than having two opposing views on this. And I'd prefer that we could try and get to that.
I think, thank you very much, Harry, from that. I think, Mary...
Sure, I can come back in and that.
Certainly.
So I take from that there hasn't been a three-lane, pardon the pun, discussion maybe that has been running alongside the Greens with this one, in which case I have no problem backing Councillor Thompson Earl's suggestion for a bit of extra time. I would have assumed that kind of conversations would have taken place, and if that tightens up the situation, absolutely, Harry, I'd be delighted. I'll second Councillor Thompson's proposal if need be, Chair, and hopefully this can be resolved. And certainly didn't want to make anyone or anybody feel uncomfortable. That's certainly not my intention, so hope that's okay. Thank you.
That's okay. I have a proposal with the seconder to adjourn for an appropriate period of time. I'm not going to time bound it, so that there are further, more detailed discussions in that regard between the applicant agents, DFI Roads and our own planning officers to resolve the issues that are outstanding on the technical side as well as the environmental issues and open space issues. All in agreement? If you, Mary and Earl, if you could take your hands down, please. I'm putting that now as a proposal. Any disagreement? Carried, unanimous. We will adjourn, not adjourn. That will be deferred, and we will come back once further discussions have taken place. Could I just thank the agents and applicants, Jennifer, Karen, Matthew, for their presentation, and thank Harry and Darren from DFI Roads for their interventions on questions from the committee. Thank you very much indeed. Most rewarding and very welcome. Thank you very much indeed. Alan, Rainey, you've got your hand up. Have you a question? No, that's okay. I see those going down. Right, we'll now move on to application number 5.
Chair, I did have my hand up, but since we have moved on, I'm happy.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Alan. Sorry about that. It's just sometimes hard to keep an eye on the screen. Application number 5 is LA10/2020/0344A, and it's for finger post signage, timberway markers around Lisnarrick. So I'll hand over to Darren. Darren.
Sorry, technical difficulties again.
Hold on while we get the maestro Damien in. Thank you.
Thank you, Damien. Okay, members, so just moving on then, application 5 is LA10/2020/0344A. It's an application for advertising consent. As you can see, it's for finger post signage, timberway markers, and it's associated with the trail that was approved last month by the planning committee. The trail links from the Killities Road through to Castle Archdale. The applicant then is from Annanoma District Council, and the recommendation then is to approve advertising consent. So members will recall from the committee meeting last month the path that was approved through from the village to link into existing paths in Castle Archdale. This application then is by the council for signage as part of the proposed works, linking the two areas. The signs are typical trail signs, and they're proportionate to size, scale, and appearance, and they don't detract from the area. And they're located in various places along the path. Consultees are generally all okay. Roads have asked for some additional information and have additional comments, but those haven't been asked for, and no changes or anything are necessary as part of that. And there's no road safety or pedestrian issues. So the details in the plans on the screen, members, you can see the entrance into the Forest Park at the moment coming off the main road, the location of the post, waymarker post and the trailhead. And then on the right-hand side slide, then you can see that's the Killities Road running north-south as such. And there's a trailhead marker and a finger post sign up there, looking down towards the entrance. The signs themselves, then you can see on the left is the finger post sign. So it's a typical wooden sign or a wooden appearance sign with the directions on it. On the right, then is the interpretive panels that'll be located along the paths in various places. Overall, as the councillors, the recommendation then is to approve for the reasons listed within the report.
Okay, councillors, you've had the presentation from Darren. Do you have any questions? If there are no questions, could I have a proposal, please?
Councillor, are you here, Chair?
Yep. You still have problems, yeah?
Yes.
Are you making a proposal?
Could I propose that we go with the officer's recommendation? I think it's a good report, and I'd be happy to propose. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Deehan, Joe?
Chair, I'm afraid I had significant Wi-Fi problems there, so I missed that presentation, so I will have to abstain on this one. I won't be voting on this one.
Right, that's okay. Councillor Thompson, you're next up.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Darren, for the report. I'm happy enough to second the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Earl. Any further proposals? Don't see any proposals. Joe and Earl, could you take your hands down, please? I'll put it to the members that the proposal is to go with the officer's recommendation to approve. If you're in agreement, do nothing. If you're in disagreement or you want to abstain, put your hand up now on the chat. I don't see anybody coming up. I'm taking that as unanimous.
Chair,
Thank you very much indeed. Chair, who's that?
It's Tommy here, Chair. Just to say, I withdrew during that application, and I'm not taking part in the vote. Okay.
That's okay, Tommy. We'll note that. We will note that Joe had Wi-Fi problems and wasn't able to actually partake, and that you have declared an interest and withdrawn from the vote. Is that correct? Yep. Thank you. Everybody else, it was unanimous.
Sorry, Chair, just for accuracy. I wasn't declaring an interest. I just withdrew from the meeting for a minute there. I didn't know that it's a big issue.
Right, that's okay. Right, that's okay. You're out of the room. In other words, thank you very much indeed. So you've been out of the room as well. Thank you. Right, we will now move on. I'll just hand back to Darren. That's unanimous.
Yeah. So, members, the recommendation was to approve advertising consent. For the reasons listed within the report, members have granted advertising consent for the works.
Sorry. We'll now go on to item 6, and that will be application 1, LA10 bar 2020 bar 0394, an outline application for a dwelling and domestic garage on a farm, 260 metres northeast of 128 Millwood Road, Bushiny, Lisbon. Applicant being Mr. Gordon McKeown. Darren?
Okay, members. So, paper B then, application number 1 is LA10 2020-0394. It's an outline application for dwelling and domestic garage on a farm for Mr. McKeown. And the location then is on Millwood Road in Lisbon. The recommendation then is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 1 reasons. So members, just before we go into the details, the proposal is for a house on a farm under CTY 10. The application complies with criteria A and B, but fails criteria C, as the site of the new dwelling does not visually link or cluster with an established group of buildings on the farm. The site is approximately 170 metres from the farm group, and there's a sense of physical separation. This separation is also made all the worse by the topography, because the farm group is on a hill or a rising land at the rear. The approval of the site at the front would remove the site frontage, the landscaping along the frontage, which would open the site up further and increase this awareness of separation. The agent considers the off-site location is justified, as a dwelling on the farm group would be skylined and not integrate. However, there are a number of suitable sites at the farm group which would integrate and could also be sited beside the group with no impact upon the immunity of the house from the farm. So we're just going through the details then, members. The farm map, the applicant's farm map then is on the screen, and you can see it's by George and Barbara McKeown. The site then, site location map, shows the location of the site identified in red, the red rectangle beside the public road. The area in blue then is the additional land owned by the applicant, or control of the applicant. The farm group then is within the purple circle, and you can see at the bottom of the screen with the access to the farm group via the existing concrete lane running off the public highway. Just looking at the aerial photographs then, this is the site location, approximate position of the site location shown in the aerial photograph. So it's a rectangular shaped plot cut out of a larger field. The public road runs along the front of the site, along the line of the purple arrow in both directions. So, and just in terms of critical view, members, then, if you imagine you're standing at the yellow star, looking towards the application site, and you can see just the bottom of the concrete lane then is beside you, and that's running along the black arrow. So if you're standing at the yellow star looking towards the application site, that's the view you would get then. You can see the concrete laneway just in front of you, and then there's the hedge and trees alongside where the cars parked, and the site then is on the left-hand side. Moving just across the road, you have another view of the site, so you can see the trees and hedges along the road, the grass verge then in the rising land, the site at the far corner. So you can see the far corner then where the site is, with the trees and hedges that's shown in the aerial photograph then evident in the photograph. So the critical issue then relates to the criteria and the policy that the new house should be visually linked or clustered with an established group of buildings on the farm. The established group of buildings is shown on the screen, it's clearly evident in the aerial photograph, and there's approximately 170 metres of a separation distance between the two. That's the land that the applicant would own and have control of within the farm group on the road frontage. So there's 2 fields either side of the laneway, identified in blue. So some more critical views in, members. So if you're standing at the yellow star, which is roughly the site frontage, looking up the field towards the farm group, that's the view then you'll have. So you can see the tree-lined concrete laneway then runs up the topography of the slope. The replacement house is on the far side of the laneway, and there are other farm buildings then are just set back off the crest of the slope. That's a photograph then taken. You can see the bottom of the laneway with the lane on your left-hand side, looking up that tree-lined avenue towards the farm buildings, which are set back in front of you. So the other critical views in, members, if you see the yellow star down in the bottom right-hand side of the photograph, if you're standing there looking up towards the farm group from that approximate position, so that's the view you would have there. You can see the replacement house has been constructed up at the farm group, and then the other farm buildings, with the land rising up then towards the farm group. And then that's a view, members, standing at the bottom of the laneway, looking up the concrete laneway towards the farm group. So in terms of the policy, members, the policy does allow for sites away from the farm group in exceptional circumstances, but clearly states that it's only where there are no other sites available at another group of buildings on the farm. There are sites available at this group of buildings on the farm, so therefore the exceptional test would not be triggered. In any event, the 2 cases that would allow an exception for an off-site location are listed as where there are demonstrable health and safety reasons or verifiable plans to expand the farm business at the existing building groups. Neither of those 2 would apply here, and there have been no evidence or information in relation to health and safety or verifiable plans to expand the business. The new dwelling could set up at the farm group without any impact upon their amenity from the adjacent farm. So the recommendation then, as I say, is to refuse the application. The refusal reason then is listed within the report. Just to summarise that, members, it's contrary to CTY 10, and that has not been demonstrated the proposed dwelling is visually linked or sited to cluster with an established group of buildings on the farm. In terms of the exception test, members, it doesn't meet the exception test as there are sites available at the farm group, and there are neither demonstrable health and safety reasons or verifiable plans to expand the farm business. So members, just to be clear here, if members feel that the building is visually linked, the exception test wouldn't apply. If you consider that it's not visually linked, then you would be moving into the exception test.
Thank you very much, Darren. We have speaking rights from the agent, Mr. Robert Brown, and from the applicant, or he's accompanying the agent, Mr. Gordon McKeown, and they are in the committee room downstairs. Robert, Gordon, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yep. Yes, we can.
That's okay. Robert, I think you've been here before. You have, Gordon hasn't. You have 10 minutes to present, or up to 10 minutes to make your case and address the reasons for recommendation for refusal. After that, the floor is open to committee members to ask questions of you if they so choose. If not, then we move on basically to planning officer's comment and move towards members' debate and members' decision. Are you happy enough to proceed, Robert?
Yes, indeed.
Yep.
Okay.
But yeah, if you could just say who you are for the record.
Robert Brown, the agent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And is Gordon McKeown, the applicant, going to speak, Gordon?
Yes. In a minute. Yes, Gordon's here as well, yeah.
That's okay. Robert, you have 10 minutes, yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This application for the erection of a small dwelling and detached garage was applied under Planning Policy Statement 21. Policy CTY1 development in the countryside outlines the range of development acceptable and states that planning permission will be granted for a dwelling on a farm if it is in accordance with Policy CTY 10. The Planning Department have recommended refusal because it fails to meet one of the criteria set out in the policies, in that it is not considered an exceptional case, nor as it is not visually linked or cited to a cluster within an established group of farm buildings. However, it meets all the other criteria on the CTY1. The case officer states that there are a number of suitable sites at the farm that could be integrated, but we feel that any dwelling sited beside the existing farm buildings will be prominent and considered skyline development, as you've seen from the photographs. And also the applicant intends to expand his farm business and build more agricultural buildings. The case officer also states that the proposed site could accommodate a modest single-storey building, as there is mature vegetation on two sides, and that the rising ground provides a suitable degree of enclosure. Road Service have also stated that a new entrance with adequate visible displays and forward sight distance can be achieved. We have referred to another planning application, LA 10/2019 0/0864/0, which was granted permission by this committee on the 20th of the 11th, 2019, for a dwelling and a garage which was sited 150 metres away from farm buildings and across the public road. Granted, there was a dwelling domestic shed under the same ownership, but they were still located 50 metres away from the proposed site. Our proposal is located 170 metres from farm buildings, but there are two numbered dwellings approximately 50 to 60 metres to the north. We feel that due to the mature vegetation, which can accommodate a small dwelling more satisfactorily than a site at the farm buildings, and that we have justified locating our location in the position indicated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. Gordon, do you want to add to that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. As I say, the dwelling would be for my son who is farming. We run a dairy farm out at Lisbon, and we intend to expand it. So we do, and we would be coming down that field with another cow shed and also a silage pit. And this would, for us to move the actual site, it would be coming closer to farm buildings, and from a slurry aspect and silage pit, nobody wants to have their house stuck anywhere near it or put anywhere near it. It's very essential for me to have my son on the farm with me, because with cows don't calve between 9 and 5 during the day. They calve mostly during the night, and if it was the case he had to go into the village to buy a property, well, if I had problems out on the farm at night, by the time he'd get out, I could end up losing the calf, maybe even the cow, which financially this would be a big loss of money, so it would, to us. And from a health and safety point of view, as young children, you don't want them too near a farm yard with slurry pits, and even during silage time, you want them kept well back out of the way. So I don't think the house is very far from the buildings. As we extend down the field, the buildings will actually be getting closer to the site, so they will. But as I say, you know, it's vitally important for me to further the business for my son in the future, to keep him interested on the land. He has to be there 24/7. It's a 24/7 job with the milking, and he has a good interest in it. And there's not, let's face it, there's not very many young people coming back into the farming industry, unfortunately, at this time. And we need to be encouraging the youth into the agricultural industry to keep it alive. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Gordon and Robert. I'll now ask members, do they have any questions for either Robert or Gordon? I'll just wait to see if I have any hands up. No questions, so we'll go on. Thank you very much. Could you mute your mic now, Robert and Gordon, while we go forward? That's muted. Thank you. Thanks, James. Darren?
Yeah. Okay, members, just to go through some of the issues there. The personal circumstances of the applicant, there is no issue here about the viability of the farm or any sites or anything being sold off. There is an approval under CTY 10 available for the applicant. It's really a question of where the site is. The reasons listed, the planning department consider that the site doesn't meet the policy as it's not visually linked or sited cluster with the farm group. However, there are alternatives available, so there is an approval. It's just subject to where the site would be in respect of the farm. The policy does allow for the locations away from the farm group, and I went through those on the screen. In terms of the applicant's intentions, the policy talks about verifiable plans, so there are no planning approvals or there's no information in respect of these plans. I accept that the applicant may have plans to do that, but the policy is looking for verifiable plans, so you'd be looking at business plans or investment or loans to the bank or something to demonstrate that the plans and the intention to expand are verifiable. So that would relate to that. In terms of the prominence, again, as I say, there are sites available up around the farm group. Those would be far enough away from the farm buildings to ensure the amenity of the occupants wouldn't be affected by the workings of the farm, and also could be separated from the farm buildings and made safe through fencing and some other means of keeping the occupants away from the building. So there are a number of suitable alternative sites that would meet policy up at the farm group.
Thank you very much, Darren. Any questions for Darren?
Chairman?
Councillor Campbell. Glenn, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Well, I just want to ask Darren, I suppose, around the verifiable plans. It's just to clarify, is that something we would have got previously? Because I do know, I mean, the health and safety argument is very familiar to us all, and the plans for extensions of a business is familiar too. But what sort of verifiable evidence, what would we normally receive, or what would the planning department normally receive, just from your own knowledge? What would the applicant need to have provided, or can we accept the fact that the oral evidence here suggests that they are planning to expand the business, Chairman?
Yeah. So, Councillor, the policy and the justification and amplification accompanying the actual policy in paragraph 5.24. It says evidence relating to the future expansion of the farm business may include valid planning permissions, building control approvals, or contractual obligations to supply farm produce. So it's not an exhaustive list, as the famous phrase. It may include valid planning permissions, building control approvals. So it's the evidence that you would be looking at, Councillor, to see is an applicant sitting before you today telling you that it's going to do that would not be supported by evidence. And therefore wouldn't be enough to overcome the policy, and wouldn't be sustainable if there was a challenge to any decision.
Thanks very much, Glenn and Darren. Councillor Rainey, Alan.
Chairman, could I ask Darren, the sites, the number of alternative sites that are identified, would they have a separate, is there accommodation for a separate entrance onto the main road? Or would they be subjected to travelling on the existing, because it would be detrimental should, and I'm not suggesting that they do, require a mortgage?
Yeah. So in terms, I'll show you the aerial photograph. This will probably assist, so you can see the farm group is set back off the road with the concrete laneway down onto the public road and the Millroad Road. Down at the bottom of the farm group, you can see there's a house here, a replacement house that was approved. It was an in situ, more or less, replacement house up at the farm group. There's no evidence or no information being presented here today that the applicant can't get a mortgage for a house up the laneway. And indeed, as I say, there's already one approved and constructed up there. So that would seem to indicate and appear that there is an opportunity to get a mortgage. Even then, the failure to get a mortgage would not be enough to set aside the failure to meet the policy. There would have to be a more policy-based reason to allow an off-site location.
Happy enough, Councillor? Alan?
Well, in my opinion, Chairman, it would be very detrimental if if they weren't, if a separate and private entrance wasn't available to any of the identified sites, I think it would be detrimental to any site that's identified.
Yeah, just on that, councillor, if there is a separate access or a separate laneway needed to serve the house, that has been something that has been approved in other applications where the planning department have facilitated that and the council have facilitated that to allow people to get a separate access. But as I say, given that there's a previous approval up here and there's no evidence, the applicant or agent hasn't presented the mortgage issue in their supporting statement or case, which would be sort of relying on information that isn't before you, just on the mortgage statement. So it's something that I would caution against because there's no evidence being provided in support of that.
Okay, and I understand that that has not been an issue, and perhaps it's not something that would be relevant at all.
Thank you, Alan. Deirdre?
Can I just add to that? It's very similar to the CTY 6 cases where we put on an occupancy condition, and we've actually taken an undertaking if somebody defaults in the mortgage that we will give the mortgage company that reassurance that we will look at that condition. Similar in these cases, where there are issues around mortgage or anything like that, we will work with the mortgage companies to indicate that a separate access can be provided if there's any issues around that. But to date, that hasn't really been the case. And most mortgage companies have provided mortgages subject to that reassurance if there's any default and any issues around that the council will look at that again.
Thank you very much, Deirdre. Any further questions for Darren?
Thank you for that, and I'm sorry that I even mentioned the word mortgage.
No, you're all right, Alan. Councillor Campbell, could you take your hand down, please, unless you want to ask another question? Thank you. There are no further questions from Darren. We will move to item 6, members' decision. You have a recommendation for refusal in front of you, and you've had the representations from the agent and the applicant in regard to that. So, members, I'm asking you to come forward with a recommendation, please. Does anybody need to ask any more questions of Darren, or are you thinking about what you may wish to proceed with? Councillor Campbell. Glenn.
Chairman, well, I as I said, I think the health and safety argument for not locating too close to a farm business is something which I've always appreciated and can understand. And in terms of the oral evidence, I think I can accept that, and I don't feel there any need to provide any further evidence. But if it was helpful to reaching a decision in relation to the plans to expand the business, I would have hoped that that's something that maybe could have been potentially clarified by means of a deferral, with evidence of expansion, because I don't feel I have the full, if you like, information in terms of the expansion of the business. I would make that a proposal.
So you're proposing to defer for a period of time to receive additional information alluded to by the agent and applicant in regard to business expansion. That's fair enough. Councillor Feely, Anthony.
Thank you, Robert. Yeah, I would be happy to second Glenn on that too. If I was taking a few notes during that, and I didn't really know how to come at it right or ask the question, Glenn asked the question right, because I'm a a farm and myself. I know exactly where Gordon's coming from there, and well, he's right there. It's great that his son does want to build a house beside the farm and help out, but there's not too many young people that is interested in farming. And when he has going to build more sheds and stuff there, and I know he'll not be getting that much closer to where he's going to build, but it's going to get a bit closer. And for the safety issue of the kids and stuff, I'd be very happy to second Glenn's proposal. That. Thank you.
That's okay. I have two more councillors, but I have a proposer duly seconded. Councillor Donnelly, Sean.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Like Councillor Feely there, I would be in favour of what Councillor Campbell proposed, and he said everything that I was thinking about as a farmer and children about a farm. So
that's fair enough.
Okay, thank you.
That's great, Sean. Thank you. Councillor Thompson, Earl, anything further to add?
Thank you very much, Chairman. Well, to me, there is an exceptional case here, and I want to be supportive of the deferral at this time for allowed to more discussion and more information. So I'm happy enough to support the deferral. Thank you.
That's very good. Could everybody take their hands down? That's you, Earl and Anthony, please. I've now got, unless somebody else is going to come up with another proposal. No, I've got a proposal to defer so that the additional information alluded to by the agent and the applicant can be submitted for consideration and a recommendation brought back to the committee. Are we all in favour of that? Anybody in dissension, put up your hand, raise it on the participants chat. No, I don't see it. That's unanimous, deferred.
Can we get a time? Sorry, Chair, can we get a time on that deferral?
Normally a month.
So bring back to the next committee meeting?
Bring back to the next committee meeting. I think the information has been alluded to, so I think a month's deferral is adequate enough to get it back. I don't think it's overly complicated. Okay, thank you very much. Robert and Gordon, thank you very much for participation. You've got a job now to do, and you'll have to go away and do it and get it back to the case officer. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very
we
much,
will now go on. No, you're okay. We will now move on to application 2, and by the time we get the applicant set up, I will deal with one of the other noted papers, but we will move on to application number 2. That's LA10/2020/0360, and it's an outline application for a proposed dwelling and garage under policy CTY2A, and it's Mullins Lynn Road, Mullins Lynn. I probably got that wrong looking at Councillor Campbell and Donnelly, Oma, for a Mr. D Ward. But in between, I'm going to bounce. They should be in. Well, I'm going to bounce to one of the papers, and we're going to look at paper 9 on your agenda. We'll deal with 2 of these. That's the planning decisions issued in September 2020. You've all had a chance to look at it. Councillor Campbell, could you take your hand down unless you've got a question, please?
Chairman, it was just a comment. If it was appropriate, a 5-minute comfort break might be fitted in while the other application is being prepared. Is that appropriate?
Yep. If you're making that as a proposal, we were talking about it here in the background.
A second, Chair.
Right, Mary Garrity. We will adjourn for 10 minutes, come back at 22, okay? And we will go straight into the application. We'll deal with these other papers later. So we'll adjourn for 10 minutes, 22. Thank you. For 0360, and it's an outline proposal for a dwelling and garage under CTY2A. Darren?
Okay, members. So just confirm everybody can hear me okay and see the presentation? Yeah? Okay. So LA10/2020/0360, it's an outline application by Mr. Ward for a proposed dwelling and garage under CTY2A of PBS 21. And the location then is approximately 20 metres northeast of 138 Tully Road and 30 metres northwest of 11 Mullins Lynn Road in Oma. The recommendation then is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 3 reasons. So the application then is an application for a house in an existing cluster. It's considered to fail to meet the policy test as it's not located within an existing cluster of development. Nearby buildings are well spaced out and do not appear as a visual entity in the landscape. It's not associated with a focal point or crossroads. It's not bound at least two sides with other development in the cluster, and does not consolidate or round off existing development. The proposal would also create a ribbon of development along the road and be detrimental to the rural character of the area. It's not an exception to the ribboning policy, as it's not a gap site. There's no buildings to the northwest. Members will note from the report there are 3 objections received from 2 properties nearby, and they raise policy issues which are material considerations, and officers agree with many of the comments and opinions within the representations. There is a reference within the representations, though, to an appeal in Newry Moor and Down District Council. That is an application that was not determined by this council, and therefore is not our decision. As you know, the council can make the determinations as it sees fit based on the policy tests. But the comments of the commissioner in that appeal are useful when assessing the policy and the meaning of the policy. I'll also go through the publication Building on Tradition, which is guidance published in relation to the policies and assists in the consideration of the application. So on the screen then, members, a site location then is identified in red in the top left of the screen, and you can see the other buildings then located nearby and in the surrounding areas. Just looking in more detail on those, so you can see the Mullislin Road then runs in the direction of purple arrows. The site then is identified in red, and the Tullyneal Road then is the green arrow and comes up and joins the Mullislin at the T-junction. There are 5 other properties nearby, which are reflective of the local dispersed settlement pattern. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and I'll come on to those in a second. Aerial image then, if you're looking down on top of the site, you can see the houses nearby, their outbuildings, and then the location of the site. Just looking in more detail, the nearby buildings, so you can see site 1, the site is identified by the yellow star. Building 1 then is beside it. Building 2 is across the road. Building 3 beside that, and building 4 then is opposite and set back along the laneway serving the house, or the driveway serving the house. And then number 5 then is further along the road to the side. Just critical views then, and looking at the site, members, you can see in front of you the application site. So this is standing looking on the Mullislin Road, looking towards the Tullyneal Road, and that's the houses on the Tullyneal Road with the 2 houses to the left. And standing at the site frontage, looking towards the along the Mullislin Road, you can see the junction of the Tullyneal Road then on the right-hand side, and the 2 houses across the road. The other property then on the left-hand side of the road is well screened and cannot be seen due to the existing landscaping. And again, then standing at the junction, you can see the 2 houses on the Tullyneal Road, Mullislin Road, and then the road travelling on in front of you with the access then into the house on the left, but you cannot see it due to the landscaping. And that's standing then at the junction, the T-junction, looking down the Tullyneal Road, and you can see the property on the left-hand side of the road, and then further along the property on the right, with the area of landscaping then on the right-hand side of the road within the site on the Tullyneal Road. Then this is further back along the Mullislin Road, looking down towards the application site, which is up in this area here. Number 11 and number 15 Mullislin Road are on the left-hand side. And you can see then on the right-hand side, the house is set back along a private driveway and a large garden area to the front. So in relation to the policy tests, the application is considered to be contrary to criterion 2. There are a number of houses in the area, but they don't appear as a visual entity in the local landscape. They are well spaced out. You can see number 4 set back from the road with a long lane. There's a gap between 4 and 5. There's existing landscaping then at the rear of 2 and 3, and then within the site, which separates those buildings from number 1. So when you're driving along the roads and in the area, you do not get the impression of the cluster appearing as a visual entity in the local landscape. And in relation to criterion 3, then the application is contrary to it, as it is not associated with a focal point, such as a social community building facility, or is located at a crossroads. There is a T-junction, but for the reasons within the report, a T-junction does not fall within the meaning of a focal point, and it is obviously not a crossroads. In relation to criterion 4, the site provides a suitable degree of enclosure but it is not bounded at least two sides with other development in the cluster. Although there's no guidance with accompanying the policy within PPS 21, the Buildings on Tradition booklet in paragraph 4.3.0 does provide guidance. And you can see it states that under CTY 2A, new dwellings in existing clusters, it defines what constitutes a cluster and sets down very clear guidance on how new developments can integrate with these. The key requirement is the site selected has a suitable degree of enclosure and is bounded on two sides with other development in the cluster. In this case, the site is integrated, but it's not bounded on two sides with other development in the cluster. The Buildings on Tradition booklet gives sketches which illustrate what that means. And you can see on the screen then the illustration and the sketches within the guidance. A comparable site to our application site then can be seen on the right-hand side of the screen, identified by the yellow star. The site is bound on the left by the yellow line with the other buildings, which is the same on our site. However, across the road, there are buildings from the illustrative sketch, and you can see that by the green star. But the road separates the site of the green star and the site of the yellow star. And down at the bottom, you can see it says the proposed site is not likely to comply with CTY 2A. So the site is not bounded on two sides with other development within the cluster, which would be the exact same as this site. In terms of the other reasons for refusal, the creation of a ribbon of development, you have the two properties facing on the Mullislin Road, and a development of another house within our application site would be the third along the road, which would create a ribbon of development and would also build up the development along the road, detrimental to the rural character of the area. Members, just in terms of summary of the reasons for refusal, contrary to 2A, in that the cluster does not appear as a visual entity in the local landscape. The cluster is not associated with a focal point or located at a crossroads. And that should be number 3, sorry. The proposed site is not bound at least two sides with other development of the cluster. It's also contrary to CTY 8 and 14, and the proposal would result in the creation of ribbon development along Mullislin Road, detrimental to the rural character of the area, and result in the suburban style build up along the road. And then CTY 1 obviously is the overall policy that would apply for new development in the countryside.
Thank you very much, Darren. Just for members' reference, there was a blip at the start. There was about a minute and a half that was not recorded, but that was just at the start of the presentation. Hopefully it won't be contextualized. We have representations by the planning agent, Mr. Brendan Johns, who's in person in the training room. If I can go over and get a visual on Brendan. Yep. Brendan, can you hear?
I can indeed.
That's okay. Yeah, I can hear you fine. Thank you very much indeed. Brendan, you've been here before. You have 10 minutes, up to 10 minutes to actually present, and then the members will actually take or pose questions to you that they may or may not, and then we'll go on. There are also representations from 2 councillors after this. So, Brendan, are you happy enough to start?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Just for the purposes of the record, because we're doing this visually, could you just state your name and then go straight into your presentation?
Yes, my name's Brendan Johns. Okay.
Yep, fine. Way you go.
Under policy CTY 2A, there are no justification and amplification notes to explain or define the terms used in it. Therefore, the interpretation of the policy is entirely subjective. By dictionary definition, a cluster is a group of the same elements, in this case buildings, gathered or occurring in proximity to each other. Clearly, in this area of countryside, a cluster of development has been allowed to grow up through historic planning approvals, and which is quite evident on the submitted location plan. Members will recognise that as the proposed site is located close to existing dwellings in the countryside, it would, if built, would become part of that cluster. Just at this stage, I would mention that not only does PPS 21 come into effect, but the SPPS is also a material consideration, which I'll come on to. With reference to the reasons put forward for refusal, which was the first one was the cluster, and the cluster appears as a visual entity, or doesn't appear as a visual entity in the local landscape. It doesn't say in any policy or guidelines that assessment has to be done from one particular point. I would suggest that it appears as a visual entity when travelling through the road and through the dwellings. So when travelling southeast from the Omagh Carrickmore Road, which would be yes on the location map to the northwest, the narrow road and the tall roadside hedgerows, along with the heavily treed old quarry floor which adjoins the site, which the planning office have not mentioned, emphasise the rural nature of the area. However, from the northern point of the proposed site, views open up towards the T-junction, and when travelling from this northern point through the T-junction, the built form and the urban style pillars and wing walls give a strong awareness of a cluster of development along Mullislin Road. When travelling in the opposite direction past the T-junction, the same impact, the existing heavily wooded quarry floor at the northern end forms a natural visual stop line to this cluster. So clearly the proposed site consolidates development at the road junction, and consequently the cluster would appear as a visual entity in the landscape. The next criterion was mentioned was the focal point, and again we use this term such as, which is used quite frequently by planning service and agents. Such as is by way of example, and it's a never-ending list. So it's not necessarily needed to be a social community building or a crossroads. This is backed up in the SPPS, which actually suggests that it is associated with a focal point, but doesn't go on to describe what that focal point might be, and the development can be absorbed into the existing cluster. So the focal point in this area of countryside therefore could be the cluster of development itself, representing a hub of development located within a rural context, especially if linked around the T-junction. The Building on Tradition guidelines, which the planners referred to, which accompanies PPS 21, indicates one or two different examples, but these are by no means the only type of clusters that are dotted around our rural countryside. So it can be argued therefore that an existing cluster close to an existing T-junction is not fatal to the overall thrust of the policy. The third criteria was mentioned was not bounded on two sides, on at least two sides, but from the Ordnance Survey map it's clear that number 138 Tully Neal Road bounds the proposed site to the southwest, and numbers 11 to 15 Mullislin Road bound the site to the southeast, albeit separated by the Tully Neal Road. But there again, there's no requirement in policy and no supporting notes to say that the other development has to be immediately adjoining the proposed site, and it's difficult to argue any differently. And using this criteria as refusal flies in the face of the ribbon development reason for refusal, where ribbon development usually represented by a uniform and continuous line of development. So that's I would argue that that conflicts with the reason for refusal. The dwelling, if permitted, would not visually intrude into the open countryside, as I described earlier. There's a heavily wooded old quarry floor to the northwest of the site, which forms a natural stop line, and therefore it definitely does not visually intrude into the open countryside. Just in summary, therefore, I would say that refer to section 5.0 of PPS 21, which states that the planning policies of PPS 21 must be read together and in conjunction with the relevant contents of other policy publications, in this case the SPPS and even the Regional Development Strategy should come into consideration. The SPPS is an important material consideration in the determination of new dwellings in existing clusters. It now introduces a requirement that the development may be acceptable if it can be absorbed into the existing cluster of development through rounding off and consolidation, and will not significantly alter its existing character or visually intrude into the open countryside. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Brendan. Finished within the time. Well done. I'll now throw the floor open to members for their questions. If you could just indicate, members, if you wish to pose questions to Brendan in regard to his presentation. Right, I see Councillor Deehan. Joe, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Brendan. Brendan, could I just ask you to go over the point that you made again in respect of the ribbon development and how this would conflict with the reason for refusal? Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor, just what was that one again? You were a bit muffled.
Yes, it was in relation, Chair, to the point that Brendan was making in respect of ribbon development. Ribbon development. Point he made on that.
Councillor, I think ribbon development was one of the reasons that was refused. Put up for refusal. For this ribbon development, are you looking for an explanation from me about ribbon development?
Yes, I just wanted you to repeat your argument that you made in respect of that.
Oh, sorry, Councillor, sorry. Yes, what the planners have said was that the dwelling on the proposed site would not be bounded on at least two sides with other development in the cluster. If that were the case, then they could hardly use the ribbon development reason for refusal, which would insinuate that the new dwelling would be in a continuous line with the existing buildings. So they're arguing one against the other, but it doesn't weigh up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Any further questions for Brendan? No, right. Joe, could you take your hand down, please? And we'll move on to the representations from Councillors McCann and Wilson. I think you're going to be let in. Councillors, you know that between you, you've only 5 minutes and there will be no questions to you at the end. Have you decided who is front runner and who's wingman?
I'm good to go, Chair.
Chair, I think we should go in alphabetical order, which would mean...
Well, that is very magnanimous of you, Councillor Wilson. You obviously had some sort of kinetic energy connection with Councillor McCann because he's decided to go first anyway. So, Stephen, you're up.
Just for clarity, is that by surname or by first name? I'm happy to go ahead anyway.
Right, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair, and hello to everybody here. I'm happy to speak, of course, in support of Donal Ward this afternoon. I think Brendan makes a very important point there in his presentation in respect to this application, in that a cluster of development is not defined by CTY 2A, and so there is no justification or amplification of policy to give guidance on policy interpretation. And I know Darren referenced a secondary document, but it's my understanding is that it's the CTY 1 of PPS 21 which dictates the policy in terms of this here. In relation to the 6 criteria which have been met, the agent, in his professional opinion, has outlined how these have been addressed. Our council officers, in their professional opinions, have outlined how they feel this application doesn't meet the application, and that's also fine. You know, it's down to interpretation. So we've got two different interpretations of what's in front of us. My question would be to the committee: why should we, as a council, refuse Donal Ward as plan permission when the agent before us has outlined in his professional opinion how this application can be passed in line with the relevant policy? I think again, going back to the point that he made, that a cluster of development is not defined by the policy. I don't plan to go through a long list of stuff here, but Brendan has addressed it all there. I don't plan to go over it again. Just to say that I would argue as well that I feel the this plan application does meet the policy, and I would respectfully ask that the committee do consider giving them plan permission. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Well within the time. Bert, it's your turn. You've got a couple of minutes. Bert? Have you an issue with connection, Bert? Bert, still there?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Right, go ahead. You have about 2.5 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You go ahead now. Go on.
The rural development strategy introduced in 2015 indicates that clustering may be considered in rounding off. Rounding off consolidates or enhances the character of the area and does not visually intrude into the open countryside. It can also visually claim to be a focal point. For example, in this area, the prominent road junction, and the proposed site consolidates the development at this road junction. Planners' argument that it does not have two sides bounded with other developments and would be creating a urban development ignores the Tully-Neil Road, yet are saying that site 11 and 15 are separate. When I argue on a different point, this could be argued as a derelict piece of ground, and to construct a dwelling would round it off and enhance the cluster and indeed that area. There is a heavily wooded area to the northeast and also a mature roadside hedge. So a dwelling would be screened on two sides by mature trees, the third side by dwelling number 138. And I would support the application on 2 points. One, because it rounds off and completes this cluster. Secondly, because the proposed dwelling will integrate into the site and be screened by mature trees from 2 directions and an existing dwelling on the third side. And I believe this would really make it that it merits an approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bert. Finished well within time. Thank you very much indeed. I'll move on now to Darren's comment.
Okay, members. So the agent has obviously put forward a case in support of the application. One of the issues raised is that he has put forward his case, so that should be approved. Just to go back, members, and remind you, members, the policy is written there because there needs to be a balance between approvals and sustainable communities in the countryside, but also protecting the countryside. So it can't be a free-for-all, and just because an agent thinks something should be approved, it should be approved. The planning department here is to provide you with advice and give you guidance so that whenever a decision is made, it's a sustainable decision. Whenever you're looking at the policy, then you have to take that, interpret that reasonably and not make up meanings that cannot be reasonably sustained and reasonably defended if there's ever a complaint. There are objections to this application, and they have gone through various policy tests within the policy. Those policy tests the planning department agree with, and the interpretation that's in there is something that is something we would agree with. In terms of the site-specific issues, I do not accept at all what the agent's saying about that the cluster has been allowed to grow up, and that's evidenced by the planning approvals, and the planning approvals have created the cluster. That's the opposite of what planning approvals are doing here. The planning approvals and the policies that were in place are to prevent build-up of development. So any approvals that's granted is on the basis that the rural character can be retained, and you wouldn't get a build-up of development, so you wouldn't be creating a cluster, which is not what the agent is trying to imply to you. In terms of the views of the site, totally agree that views can be static. They can also be transient, so you're traveling along a road. But when you do that in this location, and I was out there this morning, it's very, very obvious that this is a dispersed settlement pattern. The houses are well spaced apart. There's landscaping between them. One of the houses is set back up a long laneway with a garden in front. And you might see its driveway or its pillars of the road, but there's no way you can say there's a cluster of development. In terms then of the actual policy, the SPPS against the PPS 21, the SPPS is less prescriptive, so it's not as detailed a policy. And when you get that, you stick to the retained policy. So the policy before you, members, is PPS 21, is not the SPPS. Within the PPS, it's very clear what is a focal point and when you can improve dwellings at a focal point. It also says you can improve them at a crossroads. There's no mention of a T-junction. A T-junction is not a focal point because it can't be, and it's not a crossroads. So introducing this element of a T-junction is something that the policy, did not envisage, or there was no expectation. Otherwise, that would have been in there. If you start to include T-junctions within the policy and clustering within that, that significantly increases the number of development opportunities that will be, available within the countryside, which would undermine the whole policy and the basis of that. The site itself then does integrate and can integrate a dwelling, but it's not a derelict piece of ground. There's cows grazing on it, so it's agricultural land. It will create a ribbon of development because there are going to be 3 houses along the edge of the road, and the fact that there's a road between them doesn't matter when you're looking at the policy and interpreting the policy. So overall, councillors, say the reason for refusal are before you, the presentations before you. Planning department agree with the objectors on this one, and the comments they have said are sustainable, so the recommendation would be refused.
Deirdre wants to add something. Go ahead, Deirdre.
It maybe is to sort of put further clarification on the argument that there's a conflict between using the reason for refusal for ribbon development with the idea that there's no cluster. There are 2 different policies for a start, but ribbon development is very clear. It's a line of buildings fronting onto a road with no accompanying backland development. There can be gaps between them. Now, the agent is suggesting that it's sort of a continuous line, but there can be gaps between them. So it is not conflicting in any way with the other reasons for refusal in terms of whether there's a cluster and whether the property is bounded on 2 sides by other development within the cluster. So it's just to make that clear.
Thank you very much, Deirdre. Members, do you have any questions? I see for Darren, I see Joe, Councillor Deehan. Go ahead.
Chair, could I ask Darren to put up the aerial photograph?
Is that the one that you want, Joe? I know you have difficulties at the moment with broadband. And waiting to get Joe back. Any other councillors have any questions for Darren? Chris, Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Chair. I need to wrap my head around this a wee bit. This idea of it's a word that sort of has cropped up quite a lot in planning. This such as, which to me is like that's really non-exhaustive. But you know, Darren did talk about sort of he talked about how T junctions weren't explicitly referenced within the policy as this sort of hub or I think it's focal points, the word I think they use. So look, in terms of in Darren's opinion, I mean, look, I completely accept that we can't allow everything. Not every sort of tree or whatever can be a focal point, but certainly to say that just because something isn't referenced within the policy, to me, is not good enough. And I want him to just elaborate a wee bit more on that as to why a T junction wouldn't be sort of a sufficient
policy. So just to be very clear here, councillors, as I say, the policy is written down and it's specifically written with the text and even a comma and full stop. Those things are all critical when you're looking at the policy and interpreting it. The policy says that the cluster is associated with a focal point such as across a social community building or facility. So it's associated with a focal point such as a social community building or facility. That's the such as element. So within that, you have the opportunity then to look at what you're talking about in respect of a focal point. So such as a community building, a facility, there's an exhaustive list there. You know, you can have orange halls, churches, Gaelic grounds, any number of buildings or structures could be focal points.
Well,
but
yeah,
then
but
just to be clear, sorry, Councillor, just to be clear, then there's a comma and it says or is located at a crossroads. The or is located as a crossroads is not such as. It's specific that it says or is located as a crossroads. It's not such as a crossroads. It's or it is a crossroads. So by you introducing a T junction, you have to introduce that in outside of the second bit of the paragraph, and that's beyond what the policy has said.
Okay, Chris.
I see. Yeah, that's not very explicit, but I can certainly see where Darren's coming from. Yeah.
Okay, so the point I'm labouring here is that we get a lot of applicants who come into the office and they look at the policy and they read the policy and they get advice from the planning department. unfortunately, they go away very disappointed because they're not at a crossroads. If we are, as a council, are going to introduce T-junctions within the policy, that's done through your local development plan. To do that through interpretation of applications like this would be outside of what the planning process would do. There'd be administrative fairness to the public out there. You can see from the objections that that's the way the public are reading it, that T-junctions are not crossroads and they're not focal points. So I think there's an element here where the reasonableness of the policy and the reasonableness of interpretation comes into play, and that's why I'm labouring this to protect the council in the event of any challenge or complaints.
Okay, Chris, I think that's been answered. Joe, are you back in again in a different room?
Yes, yeah, apologies, Chair.
No, I appreciate that. Go ahead.
The reason I wanted to look at the aerial picture again is just, when I look at the site from this perspective, to me, it does seem as though there is a clustering of dwelling. Now, I know that Darren has stated that some of the dwellings are set back from the road and they have long driveways and that, but just looking at the aerial view, to me, it does seem as though there is clustering. And in terms of the points that have been made regarding rounding off, would Darren agree, Chair, that looking at it from this perspective, a dwelling on the proposed site would actually constitute a rounding off of the cluster? Thank you.
Just the slide on the screen, members, answers the question. Check aerial view. You can see the buildings quite clearly. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then there are outbuildings. But that's not the view. That's not the planning policy test. The policy test is on the ground when you're travelling along the road. And as the agent says, transient views as well as static views. So moving along the road, those are the important visual tests. And as I say, I was out this morning. It is very, very clear when you're on the ground, and hopefully the images that have been provided show that these buildings are not visually linked together. They're well split up. Number 4 is set back from the road by the long garden and driveway. Number 5 is separated by the field. There's landscaping and trees and hedges in the local area that keeps all the buildings apart. And they're fairly recent approvals, so they're not old historical buildings. So those buildings have been approved with the full knowledge, and planning officers have said that you can build those buildings and it wouldn't build up the development, it wouldn't change the character of the area. So to say that they do read as a visual group and a visual entity in the landscape would completely conflict with what you see on the ground, unfortunately, Councillor. And that is the test, as I say, when you're looking at it, what is on the ground.
Thank you very much, Darren. Are you happy enough, Joe? Do you have any residual questions?
Well, Chair, if you were to expand that view, would there not be a cluster of development within that area? Does the policy specify how close the dwellings have to be together to be regarded as a cluster? They don't have to be contiguous or adjacent, but there has to be a well-defined cluster. I accept Darren's point that we're not considering it as an aerial view, but rather on the ground. But if you were to go higher and look at that cluster of housing, in comparison to the adjacent landscape, surely it would read as a cluster.
That was setting aside the other policy tests, Councillor, as I say, the focal point issues and all the other issues are still material here, but looking at specifically at this issue about a cluster, when you're on the ground, you do read those two houses together. So sites 2 and 3, but site 1 is separated from the Mullislin Road by the application site. That is also screened by the area of landscaping you can see within the green rectangle, just where the cursor is. So when you're driving along the Mullislin Road, you do not see number 1 with 2 and 3 from the southeastern approach. It doesn't visually link with it, it doesn't read with it. Coming from the northwestern approach, so across the site frontage, you're past number 1, really. You don't notice it in the landscape because of the screening of the surrounding hedges and landscaping, the bog. And then you have the green space where the trees are, which is a visual break between 2 and 3. So the only cluster that I see when you're on the ground and looking at it is you read 2 and 3 together. You don't read 2 and 3 with 1, 4, and 5.
Okay, thanks, Darren. Mary, Councillor Garrity.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for that, Darren, because for us sometimes this can be difficult. And I know from Councillor Deacon's point, from an aerial view, it certainly looks like a cluster on the ground. It certainly doesn't. I'd have to agree with you. But I think sometimes I try to think outside the box with these things. I suppose it's more of a comment that sometimes there's objections to applications that haven't any real weight other than opinion. And on this occasion, I think the genuine concerns by the objectors is backed up by the planners, and they're concerned, which means probably does give it considerable weight in this particular one. So I do try to see it from all angles and put myself in everybody's position. And as councillors, we've the beauty to do that as opposed to maybe the officers. So I think for us as members, that's a considerable weight to this, because I'd be very concerned looking in as well at the genuine objectors' concerns that's backed up by the planners, and subsequently, if this was overturned, the implications that could have on people's livelihood possibly going forward, because obviously we know what often can fall into place then. But thanks to clarity, as I say, it can be difficult at times to pull all this together for our heads, but I think I'm clear on the way forward in this one. Thank you.
I can go through the photographs of the site again if you want, councillors, if it assists.
Does anybody want the photographs again? I think that's a no, Darren. Joe, could you take your hand down, please? Thank you. Any further questions for Darren? I don't see anything. Okay, we're going forward now to, we've had the debate, members' decision. You have a recommendation to refuse with, I think, three reasons listed for refusal as far as I can see. Yep. Members come to a determination with regard to a proposal. Councillor Donnelly. Sean? Sean, can you hear me? You've got your hand up raised in the chat room. Do you want to speak?
No, I have listened to the arguments for and against there, and Councillor Deacon agreed with an awful lot of everything that she said. It's so tight, and I probably can't even go through it all, but to me, looking at it, it certainly is driving past it there, even Darren says looking from an area view is different, but I think driving past there, if you look at that there, to me it is a cluster, so it is. Now, the ribbon development, yes, I think it is rounding off of the ribbon development. So, and looking at it too, it mightn't be a crossroads, but it's very, very close to it. So, I would be proposing that we go again the recommendation and pass, go against the recommendation. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor, you're going to have to explain in more detail just the policy context, because there has to be a detailed record here of why you think you're going against the officer's recommendation. You want to help? There's the reasons for refusal on the screen if you want to go through them.
Yeah, thank you, because I can't bring it up any other way, Darren.
Sorry, yep.
Thank you, Darren. No, it says there, that the cluster does not appear as a visual identity. I wouldn't agree with that. I think it says what policy is that? That's proposal number one, or number one. The cluster does not appear as a visual identity, and the cluster is not associated with a focal point at a crossroads. Well, I would say, it is a focal, it is a visual identity. The crossroads, I would contend, it's splitting hairs, to tell you the truth, Proposal is second, number 2, CTY 8. the proposal would create result in the creation of a ribbon development. But I think it was explained very well there, you know, that this would be rounding off of the ribbon development. Number 3, the proposal is that there's no overriding reasons that the development is essential in a rural. Well, then this is a young man, he wants to build a house here, and I think he has worked well within what did you know, and he wants it in that area. So I'm happy to propose that we overturn the recommendation.
Sorry, Councillor, I'm just going to go back on the reasons. You know, it does say a crossroads, and it's not splitting hairs. A T-junction is not a crossroads, so you need to address that point in terms of the focal point and what the focal point is. But also you need to address the third part of that, which is that the site is not bounded on at least 2 sides with other development in the cluster. So those 2 points need to be addressed. In terms of the ribbon development, are we happy with the rounding off?
Well, the crossroads there, the aerial view showed that, I can't remember the number, although the entrance to that is opposite, as far as I can make aware, one of the houses on the right-hand side. So to me, it's like a crossroad now, maybe, you know what I mean? But that's my position anyway. And what was the other one, Deirdre? What was the other one?
The fact that the proposed...
Just if I can put the photograph up, just, Councillor, because the T-junction, you can see there's nothing opposite the T-junction. It's
no, I accept that.
So the T-junction, it's not a crossroads, it's a T-junction with nothing opposite it. Councillor, just to be clear here, there's no laneways or accesses in any houses opposite the T-junction.
So in order to actually consider this, it needs to be either at a focal point or at a crossroads. Now, obviously that reason needs to be resolved, but also the third part of that reason, which is bounded on 2 sides by other development within the cluster, which we haven't addressed.
Well, I think it was explained there, you know, it was a rounding off of the ribbon development in that cluster there. To me, it looks very like a cluster. I have to say that, and I'll have to be straight, okay. So that's my proposal anyway, you know. Thank you, Chair.
I appreciate it. You've come forward with a proposal, Sean. However, I think there's a gap maybe in trying to address the 3 points under point 1. But if that's as far as you're prepared to go, that's as far as you're prepared to go. Yeah, go ahead, Deirdre.
Sorry, can I just sort of remind members there are objections to this proposal, and when there's objections, there's always sort of the possibility of a challenge. So we need to be absolutely sure that when we're addressing the reasons for refusal, we address them in full, and it's just to sort of remind members of that.
That's okay, Sean. Members, we have a proposal. Is there anybody either willing to second it? And if they're going to second, can they reinforce the reasons for going against the planning officer's recommendations for refusal to back up what Councillor Donnelly has already said, bearing in mind there could possibly be some gaps in regard to the rebuttal of the planning issues, particularly under refusal item 1. Failing that, is there a counter proposal? Councillor Garrity? Mary?
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if some people are getting bothered with the hand function, but on the basis, as I outlined earlier, the genuine concerns regarding the objectors and how it backs up the planners' policy, it concerns me greatly, and it's with regret, but I couldn't support the overturn of this decision. Therefore, I would support the reason for refusal, what's recommended by the officer in this case, because I don't think, and I think the previous speaker didn't address everything to an extent that I could fall in behind with all the items. So I propose a recommendation to refuse.
Thank you very much, Mary. I've got another councillor, Councillor Robinson. Paul?
Thanks, Chair. I'll second Mary's proposal.
Thanks very much, Paul. John, I've got a note from Damien that your hand is up. It's not showing on my screen. I apologise for that. So there must still be issues with regard to.
Yeah, I was just going to come in and propose. Yep.
That's okay. I've got Councillor Campbell.
Yes, Chairman. I wanted to, I suppose, I wanted to just query something around the crossroads. In the past, have we not? It seems familiar to me that in the past, we would have talked about a crossroads by definition, and that was, I think, cited as the intersection of two roads. By definition, a crossroads is the intersection of two roads. And there does seem to be a wee bit of ambiguity around that, in that, I mean, I know that the argument was put forward in the past that a T-junction was an intersection of two roads, you know, but I just wanted, can our officers maybe clarify, is there any grounds around the T-junction in previous applications, Chairman?
We have this.
Hold on. I'll let Dave in just to clarify, but I have a proposal now, duly proposed and seconded. Dave?
Just to clarify, a crossroads is exactly that. It is a cross. So you have two roads that go across one another, so it forms a cross when you actually look at it. A T-junction is slightly different. It forms a T, so therefore it cannot be seen as a crossroads because it doesn't actually, one road does not cross the other. So there's a very clear distinction between the two of them, and we haven't, that I'm aware of, in the past accepted a T-junction as a crossroads. I know there's been debate in the past about it, but we have never accepted it, that the crossroads, and it is very clear, crossroads is exactly that. It is a cross.
Thank you very much, Deirdre. Sean and Glenn, could you take your hands down, please? I have a proposal duly proposed and seconded with another proposal only proposed. So I'm going to put the proposal to the members, and that's proposed by Councillor Garrity, seconded by Councillor Robinson, that we go with the officer's recommendation to refuse. If you're in disagreement with that, will you just raise your hands? If not, I'm assuming that we're all in agreement. I'll just wait to see. Okay.
Chair, just since my hand's not working, the time for the proposal. Just
okay. Thank you. Right. Thank you, John. Right. I've got 2 against on the remainder of the committee 4, and I'll just clarify that. Against is Councillor Donnelly and Councillor Campbell. All other members are for. Thank you very much. Darren?
Okay, members. So the recommendation then was to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report, subject to 3 reasons. The application has been refused for those reasons.
Thank you very much. Could everybody take their hand down, please? We've moved on now. We've got that resolved. We're going to go on to application number 3, and that is LA10 bar 2020 bar 0576, and it's an outline proposal for a dwelling on a disused quarry brownfield site. Could I have clarity that we're changing over people in the Grange? Brendan, I think you're being moved out, are you?
I will do that now.
Right. Well, in the case of doing that, we'll take a couple of reports, members.
Okay, I'll let Damien know when I'm ready.
Yeah, that's okay. We'll go on to paper number E, and that's item 9, and that's planning decisions issued September 2020. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. Councillor Thompson. Earl? Councillor Smith? Chris? Chris? Problem, Damien? Joe Dehan?
Proposed to note, Chair, or second?
Yeah, proposed. Councillor Garrity, Mary, are you?
Then the second, Chairman, thank you.
Okay, we'll take our hands down. Thank you very much indeed. We'll go on to item 10.
General?
Yes.
Did I propose? No?
No, you had your hand up, Earl, and I was trying to get you, but
Sorry,
I've sort of
sorry.
jumped that. That's okay. Don't worry. We're on to item 10, and that's planning appeals update for September 20. There's one item just to note. I don't think we need any questions. If not, could I have two hands up to propose and second, please? Councillor Feely and Councillor Maguire, I'm taking you as first two. Proposal, Councillor Feely, Councillor Maguire for noting. All in agreement? Great, thank you. We'll go on to item 11, and that's paper G, and that's the update on planning enforcement in September 2020. If you have any questions, just come in now. If not, could I have two hands up, and I'll take the two up for proposing and seconding. Councillor Thompson proposing. Have I a seconder? There's another one here. Councillor Smith. Thank you. All agreed? Agreed. Thank you. Go on to item 12, paper H, and that's quarterly update on live planning caseload. You've all read it. I know you're very diligent members. Any questions? Councillor Thompson, are you proposing? Earl, you have connection problems, but I see
I'm
your hand.
proposing, Chairman.
Yeah, that's
I'm proposing.
okay. Any seconders?
I'll second.
No, I see. Right. I think you have a problem with your hand, John. I know. So I'll take you. Sorry, Joe. He just bounced in there.
No problem.
Thank you very much indeed. And was there paper? I think that's it. Hold on. There was one more paper I'm going to do. And that's paper item 13, the quarterly update performance. Mary, are you proposing?
Happy to propose and just want 10 seconds, Chair, to say under the circumstances, I think we've done extremely well. So I just want that to be noted as well briefly, but thank you, Chair.
No, I appreciate that, and that is quite correct. Councillor Maguire, Tommy, are you seconding?
Just a second, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. That's it. If we could clear, we'll go back to the training room in the Grange and see if the agent and applicants are in attendance. Thank you, members, for rushing that through out of order on the agenda. I'll just check with the training room.
The Grange is ready.
Right, that's okay. The agent and applicant will go through due process, and I will call you in when it's the item on the agenda. If you just follow as we go along. Darren, that's item application number 3, LA10 bar 2020 bar 0576, and it's an outline proposal for a dwelling on a disused quarry brownfield site. Over to you. Thank you.
Okay, members. So application 3 then, LA10 2020 05760, an outline application by Mr. McCullough for a dwelling on a disused quarry brownfield site adjacent to and north of 106 Barney Road, Mountfield, Inoma. The recommendation then is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 4 reasons. So members, the application is under CTY 2A as a new dwelling in a cluster. It fails to meet the policy tests as it's not located within an existing cluster of development. The nearby buildings are well spaced out and do not appear as a visual entity in the landscape. The site is not associated with a focal point or crossroads. It's not bound at least 2 sides with other development in the cluster and doesn't consolidate or round off existing development. In addition, the proposal would not create or add to remnant development, so the infill policy doesn't apply. And in any event, there's no buildings to the north of the site, so it's not a gap. And the development of a new dwelling would result in a build-up of development, altering the rural character. In terms of the application site, then, members, on the screen is the site location map, and the site then is identified in red. So a better map then, members, is the ordnance survey map in front of you. You can see the site in red. So the Baroni Road then, the sort of Cookstown Road, as it's commonly called, would be in the running east to west or west east along the bottom of the site. Coming off that then is a road which serves a number of other dwellings. It's also called the Baroni Road. You have number 106 to the south of the site and number 108 across the road. Further on along the road then you can see it bends round to the left by 90 degrees, and there's a number of properties along there before the road bends 90 degrees again heading north. In terms of the site itself, the red outline includes the area on the screen. It's in proximal position, but it's a rectangular shaped plot adjacent to the road, which runs along the left-hand side of the screen. So the aerial photograph then on the screen shows the location of the site. So you have two properties. You have a property to the south of the site, number 2, and you have a property across the road, number 1. There then is a green space and an area of trees and woodland before the properties to the north of the site. So in terms of critical views, members, this if you're standing at the Barony Roads, so that's the view then. As you come off the Cookstown Road onto the Barony Road, you're looking down the road towards the application site, and you can see there's a largely landy hedge in front of the house next door. You then have the access into that property and access into our site, and you can see the woodland and screening trees along the left-hand side of the road, so the house across the road is not visible. As you travel along the road, you can see then that's looking into the site, and you can see the hedges and trees along the road and the access into the adjacent house. So critical views then again, remember standing looking at the site frontage down the road towards the other properties. As I say, that's the house opposite. You can see their fence line, and then you have the large woodland plantation. So you cannot see the houses all around the bend, which is directly in front of you. You can't see those properties around the corner due to the bend in the road and the screening then of the trees and hedges. So from the opposite approach then, from the position of the yellow star, if you're looking back up the road towards the application site, which will be on our left-hand side in the image, you can see then the tree area, and then the position of 1 and 2. So if we're standing at the yellow star, looking back up towards the Cookstown Road, that's the view you see. As you can see, the tree area on the right-hand side, and then the road straight towards the Cookstown Road and the Barony Road, with the two properties in front, up beside the Barony Road. In terms of criterion 2, the site then is not appear as a visual entity in the landscape due to the landscaping and the position of the other houses in the area. Criterion 3, councillors, just a second, that the cluster is not associated with a focal point such as a community building or facility, or is located at a crossroads. So similar to the previous application, there's a T-junction which links the road onto the Cookstown Road. But there's no focal point. There is also no crossroads at the site, with the access onto the Cookstown Road or Barony Road only a T-junction. In terms then of criteria 4, the policy requires the identified site to provide a suitable degree of enclosure and bounded at least 2 sides with other development in the cluster. The site is integrated and is well enclosed. However, it's not bound on 2 sides of other development in the cluster. Again, the property number 1 is across the road, so the only boundary, the common boundary, is the site to the south, which is plot 2. Again, the policy building on tradition booklet gives guidance on this part of the policy, and says the key requirement is the site selected has a suitable degree of enclosure and is bounded on 2 sides of other development in the cluster. The sketches below illustrate the setting principle applied to a range of small groups. And then on the screen then, members, again, is the sketch that would be directly comparable to our site. So the yellow star there shows a position of a site that has a boundary along the left-hand side with other development within the cluster. However, across the road there are buildings, but the policy says that would not comply with CTY 2A as it's separated by the road, and therefore is not bound 2 sides with other development in the cluster. So just going through the reasons for refusal then, members, you'll note the proposal is contrary to 2A in that the site is not located within an existing cluster which appears as a visual entity in the landscape. It's not at a focal point or crossroads, not bound at least 2 sides with other development, and cannot be absorbed into the existing clusters through rounding off. Contrary to CTY 8, as the development of a house would not create or add the ribbon of development, so the infill policy does not apply the exception policy. It's not a small gap sufficient to accommodate up to 2 houses. So the CTY 8 exception does not apply. 2A then, that and CTY 14, the dwelling would result in the build-up of development when viewed with existing buildings and would erode the rural character of the countryside. And finally, CTY 1. Obviously, CTY 1 would fall, members, if you consider that it meets CTY 2A.
Thank you very much, Darren. Before I go on to the agenda, Councillor Thompson, have you a query?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Darren. It's just an issue of clarification, really. And I know Darren was referring to the Cookstown Road, the Barony Road. My understanding is the Barony Road is the Cookstown Road, the A505, which if you come out of Wilmot, you're in the Killyclopper Road, and it goes on to Barony Road, and as it changes again as you go further to Cookstown. So just to avoid any confusion, I suppose the Barony Road is actually the main Wilmot to Cookstown Road, A505. Is that not correct?
When I was out in site, Councillor, I actually was very concerned about that. In terms of the address, there's a road sign on this lane or on this road in front of the site, and it's called the Barony Road. So it appears there may be two Barony Roads, but in any respect, the site address is provided is correct and it's reasonable. So anybody reading in the paper would know the location, be able to identify where the site is.
Okay, maybe the applicant or the agent can answer that from a local knowledge point of view. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you, Earl. We'll now move on to representations on behalf of the applicant and the planning agent, Mr. Raymond McCullough, applicant, and Noel Franny, agent. If I could go to the Grange, gentlemen, are you in position? Are your mics on?
Yeah, we are.
What I will say, I say to everybody, you have 10 minutes as a joint presentation. You can use the 10 minutes or you can work within the 10 minutes, after which members can direct questions to you and you can answer, or they may not, and then we move on. After that, we'll go down because we've got Councillor Sean Clark making representation as well. Before you actually go forward, I'll just ask you to introduce yourself on mic. For
I'm
purpose
Noel
right.
Rainey, agent for Mr. McCullough.
Right.
Here.
Right, that's okay.
Councillor Clark.
Right, are you happy to start, Noel?
Yeah, sure.
Right, go ahead. You have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Firstly, I would like to refer to the planning report where it states that the site is not bounded on at least two sides with the other development within the cluster. One existing building is across the road, which is separated from the site contrary to CTY2 or PPS 21. And just in an answer to Mr. Thompson's query there as well, the roadway which is referred to in the report as a Barony Road is actually the main Omagh to Cookstown line, and what we're looking at is a laneway which is adopted at the moment, serving local access only. All the houses up that are 106, 108, 110, 112, they're all even number addresses. Therefore, it cannot readily be expressed as a road separating the dwellings in the same report. Therefore, I object that the only other dwelling across the road is factually incorrect. So my argument is this road being taken as a laneway would provide the area to be suitable for a cluster with existing buildings, and due to the mature nature of the surrounding topography, around further development would prove difficult. Therefore, this development would be a rounding off of the development within the cluster. The client was proposing to erect a modest dwelling with a low ridge height for a sun. The site has greatly reduced levels to surrounds, and a building within the footprint of the mineral extraction area would have a ridge height barely rising above the existing laneway, i.e. road, which is referred to in the planner's report. The road referred to there is, as I say, there's no focal point, and the site is not located at the crossroads. There's also factually incorrect as that the laneway terminates 70 metres beyond the site boundary at a T-junction. I know you did say that that maybe a T-junction wasn't a focal point, but as I say, the only buildings around this are 70 metres off the T-junction. And the only ground then between the dwellings and the Barony main road is about 35 metres of open ground. So the plan recommendation with regards to CTY8 and with the ribbon development, that can stand as there is no other development to the side of the laneway, and as such is not an infill site. Although it says the topography of the land earlier will not allow any further development along that side. So there will be no ribbon on that end of it. The other argument that had been turned down on was that the argument of the development of is going to provide a CTY 14 and that the proposal would result in build-up, which contradicts the case offers referred to in the refusal under CTY 2A, and that if this proposal cannot integrate with a cluster, then how can it create a build-up? So finally, the application site was proposed to erect a dwelling of a modest proportions for the applicant's son within a disused mineral extraction quarry, which for years has been used for leaving off and storing old worn out farm machinery, vehicles and building materials. An approval of this application would help to clean up a local brownfield site and provide a more aesthetically pleasing development in the area of outstanding natural beauty in the Springs. I finished that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Noel. Does the applicant, Mr. McCullough, wish to add anything further? If not, we'll just move on.
No, I think we're all right.
That's fine. No problem. No pressure. Thank you very much indeed. Members, if you have any questions for either the applicant or the agent, would you raise your hand in the chat room, please? Right, I don't see any hands, so I'm going to move on. Councillor Clark, are you in the Grange or are you on the mobile phone?
I'm in the Grange. I was outside the Grange now a minute.
That's okay. You must have got special permission to get let in then, Sean. That's okay. You've obviously got more pull than the rest of us. You've 5 minutes. If you just introduce yourself for the purposes of the tape, we know who you are, but we need to get a record of it, and we'll keep you within 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, Councillor Sean Clark, I want to support this application because I think this is a very good site. It also can't be seen from virtually nowhere. It's one of the great rules I was told of planning is if it can't be seen, it's okay. And it's going to clean up a bit of a brownfield site. So basically, I don't want to add too much. Noel has made the points here, and I don't want to hold on. I know we're running late for time, so I'd rather let the members ask questions. Okay, thank you, Chair.
You are extremely short. Well done, Sean. You might get a prize for that. Thank you very much indeed. We'll go on now to Planning Officer's comment. Darren?
Okay, members. So just to be honest, reasons for refusal, I think it's important just to go through those in relation to the comments made. I just reinforce that it's not a cluster which appears as a visual entity in the landscape, and you can see that from the photographs. There are buildings all around the corner, but you don't link those with the two houses on the site. Again, it's not at a focal point or crossroads, and the T-junction wouldn't fall within that definition. The issue then raised that it's actually a laneway, an adopted laneway. It's not a road. That wouldn't be material or relevant to the consideration of the application. The application requires the site to be bounded on two sides with other developments, so the laneway splits that, and the one across the road then isn't bound. And bound means physically adjoining it, or decided to run along the boundary. In terms of then the absorbing within the cluster through rounding off, again, it's not a rounding off opportunity. The CTY 8 issue in terms of ribbonning, members, that's really in there because it's not an infill opportunity. The house is not a gap within a built-up frontage, so it's not an exception, and the policy really isn't helpful or of any assistance to the applicant. In terms of CTY 14, the build-up leading to a change in character relates to the two houses either side of it, so this would be the third within the immediate locality, which would change the character. And say the other houses on around the road don't read with it, so there's no issue there. And finally, then in CTY 1, again, members think it's an infill, or sorry, it meets CTY 2A, then CTY 1 would fall.
Thank you very much, Darren. Members, do you have any questions in regard to be put to Darren? If you could indicate, please, and I'll take you. Councillor Garrity, Mary?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Darren, and sorry if you have to repeat yourself, but just maybe could you explain again? I know the agent referenced the laneway as opposed to that kind of being as opposed to the road, and I didn't pick up on his rationale for that, and you kind of refuted it there. But could you explain that to me again? Where or what the position is there? Has he indicated, because I do know the main Baroni Road, and that road, if it is a dead end or a cul-de-sac or whatever, does that change the policy in any way or change the dynamics for this application?
So the policy test really is that I'll just get it out here, Councillors. So it says that the site must be bounded on at least two sides with other development in the cluster. So whether it's a road or laneway is not material or relevant. It's the issue of it whether it has a boundary with the other site. So there is a boundary to the south, that's clearly evident, but the one across the road is separated by the road. Whether it's a road or called a laneway, it's neither here nor there. It doesn't have a common boundary with it, and that's what the policy is asking it for. So the fact that whether a road or lane isn't relevant, it's whether it's bound or not.
Okay.
Thanks very much, Darren. Thank you, Mary. Next up is Councillor Feely. Anthony.
Thank you, Chairman. I was just listening to what Councillor Clark was saying, and he said that you can literally see it from you can't see the site from anywhere. I just wasn't paying that much attention, Darren. Can you just put it up again if I could just get another wee look at it, one of the pictures, you know? He said you can see it from nowhere. I was just wondering.
So, just to be clear here, that the policy in the previous planning days would have had a solely visual test. So you would have been looking at sites in terms of their visual impact. So if you couldn't see it generally was okay, is a good statement under the previous planning policy. Under the new policy, PPS 21, there's additional policy tests which must be met. The principle of the house has to be established as well as the visual issue. And in this case here, the principle of the house is unacceptable.
Okay, yeah, just wondered about that.
Thanks very much. Councillor Campbell, you're next up. Glenn.
Yes, Chairman. Just a question for Darren, and it's around the laneway and the being bound on the other side of the road. And I'm just wondering, have we came across that previously, or was that in the context? I'm just not certain. Was it in the context of infill and or reading with a farm grouping? But I do recall something around a property being across the road, but actually reading with a neighbour, you know, the building across the road. Have we come across it in this context where we're talking about bounding a site, Darren?
Yeah, it has been raised quite a few times, and the CTY 2A dwelling in clusters, it's always one of the policy tests. Where planners are presenting a recommendation to refuse, there's generally a number of reasons for refusal within that. One of those is that it's not bound with the site. So it has been presented to members before. There's never been an example, Councillor, where that has been the sole reason for refusal and members have decided on that sole reason for refusal. So that hasn't been explored. When you take them all in the round, the previous examples and the applications presented before have all been, councillors have said no under CTY 2A where sites have not been bound. But there's been other reasons as well.
Yeah, but yeah, understand. Thank you, Chairman.
Sorry, members, I was just getting some clarification with regard to timings and moving on. Councillor Campbell, are you happy enough there? Yeah, well,
yeah,
right.
That's right.
Yep. Any further questions to Darren? Right, Glenn, if you could take your hand down, please. I'll move forward to decision. So you've had the presentation, you had representations from the agent applicant and Councillor Clark in support. You've had a bit of questioning. It's now time to decide whether you go with the recommendation to refuse or whether you go contrary to that. And bearing in mind, if you go contrary, you have to present planning reasons for going against the 4 reasons for refusal. So it's in your hands, members. Now, don't be shrinking violets on me. You're clever, intelligent members. We've talked about something here. Councillor Smith, thank you. Chris?
Thanks, Chair. I suppose, look at I don't think I've heard anything that sort of throws me from the officer's original recommendation. So I think I'll propose to go with the officer's recommendation, which is a refusal for the reasons listed within the report.
Okay, thank you. So I have a proposal to refuse. Have I a seconder or a counter proposal? Thank you.
I'll second, Chair.
Councillor Robinson, second that proposal of Councillor Smith's. Any other? Right, in light of that, Chris, could you take your hand down, please? Thank you. Yep. I've got a proposal, duly seconded proposal. Councillor Smith proposed, or seconded by Councillor Robinson, that we go with the officer's recommendation to refuse planning permission. If you're not in favour with that, could you indicate with your hand? If you are, I'll assume then that we're all in agreement. Councillor Coyle, I think you still have issues with your hand. Are you for or against that, or abstaining, just for a note of the record?
I'm for the proposal by Councillor Smith.
That's okay, thank you. Do I have anybody against the proposal? Right, I take it that Councillor Feely?
Yeah, I'm just abstaining. I wouldn't be that happy if I don't go into details on
That's okay, Anthony. We'll note you as an abstention. Everybody else then is going with the proposal. Thank you very much indeed. Darren?
So members, the recommendation was to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report, and subject to 4 reasons. Members have refused the application for those 4 reasons.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to application 4. We have a changeover again in the Grange. If people up in the Grange could do that, I'll give you a couple of minutes. I'll go back again to the agenda, members, and I will bring you on to item 14, 2 items. She is, I can see her, yep. 2 items of correspondence. Darren, do you want to take us through or just note? Deirdre? He's passed the buck to you. One of them is from County Donegal with regard to a variation in their county development plan. Any issues on that?
Sorry, members, there really aren't any issues that I think are likely to impact on Fermanagh and Omagh council area, and we would be proposing just to note those ones and to sort of advise that they take into account the normal environmental issues and impacts on our council area when they're considering the issues.
Councillor Deehan, I think you have a question or else you're proposing, and Councillor Thompson, yep.
Yeah,
you propose.
thank you. I propose to note, Chair. Thank you.
Right, and Earl, are you seconding note?
I'm on to note. Thank you.
Everybody happy? Thank you. The second piece of correspondence is really for information from the Department of Communities. If you have any queries, come in. If not, could have a proposer and seconder. Proposed Councillor Rainey and seconded Councillor Robinson. All agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you. And just to note, item 15, before we go back to the Grange, I think the Grange is nearly ready. Nobody has informed me of any urgent and relevant business, so I'm noting that as no business and moving back. I will say, with the gaps in the late start, our time of 4 hours runs out at 6:15. I believe that we could finish the agenda if members, we have about 3 this item coming up and 3 other items that I think we could deal with in the time. For a proposal to extend, proposed Councillor Robinson and a seconder.
Councillor Coyle.
Councillor Coyle, thank you very much indeed. Okay, that said, I'll go back now to application number 4, and that's LA 10/2020 0679, and it's an outline application for farm dwelling and domestic garage outside Vera. Over to Darren, thank you.
Okay, members. So application 4 is LA 10/2020 0679. It's an outline application by Mr. McDaid for a farm dwelling and domestic garage on lands immediately west and adjacent to 53 Motor Road, Barra. The recommendation then is to refuse planning permission for reasons listed within the report, subject to the 4 reasons. Just to go through the application then, members, it's an application for a house and farm. There is an active and established farm business, and no sites have been sold off, meeting the first 2 criteria. However, it fails the 3rd criteria in that the site for the new house is not visually linked or sited to cluster with an established group of buildings on the farm. In this case, the farmer is Mr. Carlin, whose address is provided as Main Street, Mountfield. The applicant is Noel McDaid, and the site of the new dwelling is on his mother's land, Mrs. McDaid. She is the sister of Mr. Carlin. For the site to meet the policy, it must be demonstrated that the house, that's number 53, is a building on the farm, on Mr. Carlin's farm, and there's no evidence to demonstrate that or support that. In addition, the site itself is an L-shaped site, which we'll come to in a second. A site at the road frontage would largely be acceptable, but back up the slope would not be acceptable, although I think the agent has submitted sort of evidence that he is content with the road frontage plot. And if that's what's being considered today, then there will be no other issues. It would purely be the issue about the clustering with the farm group. So just as you can see, the site itself is an L-shaped sort of plot. The red line identifies the site boundary with the adjacent house then in blue. And then the aerial photograph image overlaid, you can see the site itself with the house adjacent to it and other buildings in the locality. The farm maps then, the farm is in the name of Mr. Carlin. There's no issue with a third party applying using Mr. Carlin's farm business. However, the application still needs to meet the policy tests. This is the first farm map of Mr. Carlin, and you can see the fields then identified in yellow. And if you look at the yellow star, members, you'll note that it's adjacent to a number of buildings. That's the map then. Field 4A is shown on the screen then, and you can see the existing buildings then beside that field. On the right then is an image then taken from street view of a building and the houses at the front. In terms then of other land, map 2 then shows another field, this time outlined in red. Map 3 then is the fields within the settlement of Mountfield, sorry. So they're in yellow again. And then map 4 includes additional lands in yellow, with our application site on the farm map identified in red. So it is a different colour to the lands in yellow on the DARE business maps. As I say, councillors, the critical issue is that the application fails to meet criteria C, and that the site of the new house is not visually linked or sited to cluster within an established group of buildings on the farm. The farm in this situation is Mr. Carlin's farm. He farms the land and he takes the land off the McDaid's. However, for this site to be visually linked with an established group of buildings on Mr. Carlin's farm, the evidence would need to be provided that the house or the buildings are on the farm. There is no evidence in terms of any physical evidence provided to the council, although the agent has put forward a statement that he has used the buildings, and I'm sure he'll come on to that himself. However, there is no evidence in support of that. The aerial photograph doesn't show it being used for any agricultural uses. On the date of the site visit, there was no evidence of any agricultural activities on the site. In terms of critical views from the southwest, from the yellow arrow, the site is well screened and the trees and hedges along the road frontage. From the opposite direction then, from the north, coming down towards the site from the approach, roughly where the yellow star is, that's the critical view, and you can see number 53 then, with the rise in the land up towards the rear. As I say, a site at the rear would be unacceptable, be prominent, and overlook number 53. However, a site at the road frontage would be acceptable. As you move closer towards the house, and then that's the property there. So you can see the house, number 53, where Mr. McDaid and his mother live, and then the outbuilding to the side. It's a domestic outbuilding. On the left-hand side, you can see there's an open fronted lean-to with a peat stored in it. And as you go along then around the corner of the road, you can see the hedge, and the site then is beyond the hedge. And that's it there on the screen now. So a site on the road frontage plot would be acceptable and meet the visual tests within the policy. There'll be no issue in respect of that. I think the agent is content with that. However, a site, as I say, to the rear would be prominent. It would also overlook number 53, which would be unacceptable. So 5 reasons for refusal. Members to say the first one is the key one, that the proposal is contrary to policy as the site is not visually linked or sited to a cluster with an established group of buildings in the farm, and is not an exception to the policy. As I say, reasons 2 and 3 relate to the rear of the site, and I understand the agent is content to go with a road frontage, so they wouldn't really apply, nor would number 5 apply to a road frontage site. So the critical issue then relates to the number 1. It's not visually linked or sited to a cluster with an established group of buildings in the farm.
Thanks very much indeed, Darren. We have representations by the agent, Mr. Brendan Jones. Brendan's back in the training room in position, and we have representations at a later stage from 2 of our well-known and revered councillors, McCann and Wilson. We'll come to them at some stage. Brendan, again for the tape, could you just state your name, and I know you're ready to go. You have up to 10 minutes, so if you move on, please.
Thank you, Chair. Brendan Johns. The applicant, Noel McDade, lives with his mother, Mrs. McDade, at number 53, Boulder Road, Beara. Prior to his passing, Mrs. McDade's husband ran the family farm, with number 53 being the main farmhouse. A limited amount of machinery was stored in the application field 5, and the stores were generally kept in the attached buildings on the number 53. Noel, the son, took up work in Galway and returned home at the weekends because his mother, who suffers from depression, lives alone, and because she was living alone, she let the land out to her brother Anthony Carlin, who lives in Mountfield Village and who farms that part of the land, receiving the single farm payment. Noel, who will be returning to work full-time closer to home and intends to marry soon, wants to work the family land and live beside his ageing mother. In terms of the planning policy, I think the Council would agree that criteria A and B of CTY 10 have been met. Criterion C of the policy relates to the proposed dwelling's visual linkage to the existing farmhouse and established attached group of buildings. The McDade's farm holding is relatively small, but number 53 has always been the main farmhouse for the holding and are the only buildings on the holding. The submitted farm map shows fields 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, along with 16 and 17, which are all located in and around number 53 and are in the ownership of the McDades. Because of the size of the holding, of course, there's no need for large-scale agricultural buildings around number 53. However, over the years, there has been attached stores to the side and to the rear of the house. These attached stores represent the historic single-storey attached barns and stores, which are widely replicated as single-storey extensions to be found on modern dwellings. And the volume of usage of the stores, whilst is particularly limited, depends on the time of year and the work to be done in the surrounding fields. Sometimes there's some farm machinery, and at the time when I was out at the site, a bale lifter and a roller were stored externally behind the farmhouse. When Mrs. McDade's husband farmed the land, all the attached buildings were used constantly for storage purposes, and it would be envisaged that Noel, the son, would reenact those again for the same purposes. In terms of criterion 3, policy CTY 10 does not define the size of agricultural buildings, nor that they cannot be attached to the farmhouse. The store attached to the rear of number 53 for policy purposes could be considered as a separate farm structure, as it has a separate external entrance and therefore can be defined as an agricultural building distinct from the farmhouse. We would therefore contend that the proposal meets all the criteria of CTY 10 as set out. In relation to the Council's objection regarding integration and earthworks, the application site represents field number 5 on the farm maps in its totality. However, there's a very significant hedgerow up the southwestern boundary of the site, with the existing farmhouse immediately joining on the other side. Taking into consideration the single track of the road and the curvature of that road, and along with the hedgerows, there are no long or medium range views at the site from the road. A new dwelling on the site would visually link with the existing buildings and consequently would appear as one visual agricultural unit. With regard to the siting of a modest dwelling, it is intended to replicate the existing dwelling, which has a comparable site frontage of approximately 30 metres. Both dwellings would be located close to the road, and these features again replicate other dwellings close by. Numbers 54 and 50 on the opposite side of the road both have frontages of approximately 30 metres and located close to the road. And number 52, further along the road, is right on the roadside. So clearly road frontage development is the main pattern of development in the locality, and as a result the issues surrounding integration and extensive earthworks will not arise. To sum up, policy CTY 10 is a permissive policy, and clearly the circumstances of each individual case will be different. As the proposed farm dwelling will be clustered with and visually linked to the main farmhouse and attached stores, we would contend that the proposal therefore meets all the criteria of CTY 10 as well as satisfying CTY 13. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Brendan. Concise as usual and well within the time. Thank you. Members, if you have questions for Brendan, could you just indicate on the chat line, and I'll take you. If not, we'll move on to the councillor's representation. Right. No questions, Brendan. If you could just mute yourself and we'll go on. Could I bring in Councillors McCann and Wilson again? And are you doing the alphabetical double show, Stephen?
Well, sure. Okay, Bert. I'm going to concede the Bert.
Right. Is Bert there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Are you going first this time, or is Stephen?
Whatever. Yes, I can do that. Yeah.
Right.
Whatever.
We'll just reverse the order. We'll take it in reverse order. You go ahead. You have 5 minutes. We know who you are.
Yeah, right. The applicant lives with his mother, Mrs. McGlade, at number 53 and situated in Field 5 on the Moyla Road. The farm owned consists of fields 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 16 and 17, and could be described as a scattered farm. The existing farm dwelling has what years ago would have been pretty common when the farmhouse and sheds, in fact my own farm that I was in first, there were 2 sheds and a barn on the top of it, all attached to the dwelling, the farmhouse. And formed a single unit. When Noel's father died, he went to work in Galway, and his uncle took over the running of the farm. And payment, also the single farm payment, as he was doing the work. Noel now intends getting married and taking over the running of the farm, so he needs a new dwelling beside his mother, as this is the obvious site. This farm has been in the family for generations, and although managed and ran by his uncle, who claimed the single farm payment, it was really still a family member that was keeping the farm running until Noel was in a position to take it over. And I would contend that this meet the criteria CTY 10. This site is situated on a minor road and with roadside hedges and the existing dwelling and sheds, which would read in as one unit and a moderate bungalow in keeping with the other dwellings in that area. And I would contend that meeting CTY 13 criteria integration, and that is, and I would recommend that in approval. The first, if his father had still been alive, or the single farm payment in his mother's name, this application would have went through automatically. So that and would have been approved. So I would recommend that they do approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bert. Well, reasonably well within the time. Stephen, can you pick up there? You have a couple of minutes left.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Okay, so again, I'm delighted to have the opportunity to speak in support of Noel here this afternoon. Noel's another example of a resident of the district who, after a period of time working away, now wishes to return home and begin a family. And I note his aged mother there, who he's going to look after as well. And I hope we can all play a part in supporting Noel in doing that. And that obviously, of course, is getting planning permission. The agent and our plan officials are in agreement that criterion A and B are indeed met, and the agent has, in his detailed presentation, in my opinion, has addressed the reasons for refusal before you. The agent correctly states that in terms of criterion 3, CTY 10 does not define the size of agricultural buildings, nor does it state that they cannot be attached to the farmhouse. The small store attached to the rear of number 53 has its own separate external entrance and could be considered an agricultural building in its own right, which would satisfy the policy requirement, and which would therefore in turn satisfy maybe all of CTY 10. The agent has spoke of the integration issues and has mentioned the significant hedgerows, which prevent any significant views from the roadside. Now, it's been said before that no two cases are ever the same. I believe that this application satisfies the policy requirements. I believe that the agent has satisfied the reasons for refusal, and I suppose when we reflect on what the spirit of the policy CTY 10 is all about, and I suppose whenever we reflect on what Bert said and what the agent has said, I'd ask you to bear all this in mind and consider approving here. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Very concise as well and within the time. Thank you. Darren, have you any comments?
Yeah. So members, just to be clear here that as the agent there and the councillors have said, there is an established farm business and no dwellings or development opportunities sold off. The sole issue then relates to criteria C, that the new house must be decided to be visually linked or cluster with the group of buildings on the farm, and that is the critical issue here. The farm is Mr. Carlin's farm, so the new building must be visually linked or cited to cluster with the group of buildings on Mr. Carlin's farm, not the McDade's farm. So the applicant and the agent have to demonstrate to yourselves that Mr. Carlin has farm buildings here, and that the new site then will be visually linked with those farm buildings. The house is occupied by Mr. McDade's mother and himself, but that's not Mr. Carlin's farm. That's their house. There is an outbuilding out the back, which the agent has said has been used historically for agricultural purposes and also is currently used. But again, the evidence has to be demonstrated that it's Mr. Carlin's farm building and that the building is being used for farming purposes by Mr. Carlin, not the McDades. Historically, the McDades may have used it, but that doesn't apply anymore. It's the Carlins is the critical issue here. And also, one other thing then is that there's only one agricultural building that has been referred to. The policy requires for a group of buildings, and it's asking for more than one. In terms of the spirit of the policy and the personal circumstances raised, obviously, nobody wants to refuse planning permission for anybody, especially returning back to the district. However, as I say, administrative fairness and consistency of approach here applies, and as planning officers, we are trying to be consistent and apply the policy test correctly and consistently. So, unfortunately, from the evidence provided to date and the information before us, the application doesn't satisfy criteria C, as it doesn't visually link or cluster with an established group of buildings on the farm.
Thank you very much, Darren. I have two councillors. Councillor Smith, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I was sort of hoping you would. I was sort of hoping you could bring it a bit earlier, but I suppose if Darren, can you just bring up the top-down view, and if you just sort of, if just clarify in my own head, like what's what here. So I mean, the top houses. So I mean, if you. I don't want you to go over it again, but just very quickly go over it and say, about the groups that it has to link with, what each block of farm is and where it relates to on the.
Well, the actual farm maps, is it counted?
Well, just the top down's fine,
that's the farm maps in. That's appears to be the historical McDade's farmland that they own. There is a farm business here, but it's Mr. Carlin's farm business. So if we're going to put a site on the site 5 and the agent and applicant are looking to build there, it has to be a building on site 5 that is on the farm. So that's the building that's beside, and the agent is making a case here that that is an established group of buildings on the farm. Now, when I was out on site, I didn't see any farm activity going on. I didn't go into the property or wrap the door due to COVID circumstances at the moment. I didn't want to do that. But there was no evidence that that is a group of buildings on this farm. The only evidence we have is what the agent's putting forward to you, which appears to be historical in nature, and that was a McDade's farm business. it's the Carlin's farm business that is critical here, and that's where the evidence would need to support the case that it's Mr. Carlin's farm buildings.
Thanks, Chair. I suppose just if you let me have a supplementary, if that's all right.
Very, very quick, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what if it's a case of that very specific point, and I know we've deferred quite a lot today, would be reluctant to, but I mean, even if we could get some kind of steer from the applicant or agent as to whether that information could be forthcoming, that might inform. I don't know, Chair. It's entirely up to yourself as to whether you allow that procedurally.
I think before I bring Deirdre in the past, this is an issue with a deceased that had a farm business and another farm business is taken over. And we have asked questions in regard to agents and applicants providing sufficient information to our planning officers to determine. Just an observation from the chair. That has been alluded to by the agent, Brendan Johns. And I know some of the members so far have sort of questioned that. With regard to a deferral, yes, we don't like deferrals, but if there is an issue around that, you're perfectly entitled to look for a deferral to get additional information in, because it's a valid point that has been raised. But obviously, in your opinion, not enough information has been put forward for you to make a recommendation. And whilst you don't want to do a recommendation out of A or B, you would like to get it clarified. This is an issue maybe that needs clarification. And I'll move on to Councillor Garrity. Mary?
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm not sure if the previous speaker proposed a deferral or not, but if he hasn't, I will propose a deferral, or if subsequently he has proposed it, I'll second. Alluding to what Darren says there, we're not here and we don't get any joy in refusing planning permission, and we want to work with people as best we can, but it's important that the information is front loaded. And like Chris said, we don't like deferrals, but with the circumstances, I wouldn't be comfortable thinking that there could be information out there that may help this family, but I'd be deferred for a month only, and I'd expect that information in from the agent ASAP so the officers could look at it and maybe come to some resolution on this item. Thank you, Chair.
Right, I'll take that as a proper proposal to defer. Chris only had alluded to he hadn't made the proposal, and I came in and provide information. I'll move on to Councillor Campbell. Have you anything further to add, or are you going to second a deferral, Glenn? Councillor Campbell?
Sorry, yes, I am happy to second the deferral, but I'll also give way to Councillor Smith, because I think he was all but proposing that in any case, so if Councillor Swift, but I do support
I'll go back to Councillor Smith if you've agreed to stand aside, but that's very good of you. Councillor Smith?
Yeah, I'm not going to get precious over who proposes new seconds. I think the outcome's all that really matters.
That's okay.
Second,
yeah, well, just say you're going to second a deferral. That's all I want you to say. Thank you. Right, members, I'm bearing in mind I have two other speakers, but I think we've got a valid proposal here to defer for 1 month so that the agent on behalf of the applicant provides sufficient information to overcome the necessary reason for refusal. Are we all agreed? If you take your hands down, Councillors Garrity and Campbell, I then assume that, yep, everybody agreed. There are no hands raised. That's agreed. Deferred for 1 month. We'll come back then, and that's up to the agent to provide the necessary information in connection with our planning officer. Brendan, you've got your work to do. That's it. Thank you very much indeed. You're free to go. Deferred. Right, members, we will move on to the next item on the agenda, and that is item 7, to note update on application LA 10/2020-0334, which we deferred back to the officers, I think, last month for further work. And Darren has prepared a paper and he's going to give you a quick update. Darren.
Yes, members, really, it's just the application, recall, was for the retention of the covered building for the caravanette. Following the meeting, the agent has submitted amended plans, and planners are generally content with that. But that has to be re-advertised and obviously public consultation again. So that'll be carried out now and can be brought back to the committee at a future date, likely with a recommendation to approve. So it's just for noting.
Proposed to note, Chair.
I think Chairman Earl's in first. Do you want to say anything, Earl?
Thank you, Chairman. I want to formally propose that we note this and welcome what's taken and what has taken place there. Thank you.
That's okay. And Joe, you were in second, so
Yes.
you can second that. Yep.
Yes, I'm happy to second that, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Are we all agreed? I don't see any dissension. Thank you very much indeed. That's agreed for noting. Thank you. We'll go on to item 8, and I think, is Deirdre, are you going to come in on item 8? Some members who were on the previous dispensation of the Planning Committee did have a pre-application hearing on one application. There are certain rules and regulations around it. I'll just hand over to Deirdre just to outline, and it's again for us to decide as a committee whether we want to hold this or not. Deirdre?
Members, this is a planning application for a retail development just outside, within Enniskillen, but outside sort of the town centre. And there's been a lot of representations received both in favour for and against the application. There's a lot of information submitted in terms of the retail impact study and the impact that this is likely to have in the town centre. And a lot of that, there's been comments both for and against that in terms of refuting some of the evidence. The purpose of the predetermination here would be to allow members to hear the case both for and against the proposal. As I say, there's a lot of information, and I think it would be unfair to sort of have all this presented to members on the day of the planning committee and expect them to make a decision. Whereas the predetermination hearing would allow them to consider all the information in advance. It's not a decision-making forum, and no decision or any sort of indication of how members feel about the proposal would be made on that day. But it would allow them to collect the information, to ask questions of the applicant, agent, any of the consultees who turn up, and any of the public who have made representations either for or against. So it's basically just to get members' agreement to do that. The intention would be to have it sometime in November with the aim of getting this to the December Planning Committee meeting. A date hasn't been agreed, but if members were mindful to agree this, we could set up a date, and the proposal then would be to put an ad in the paper and on the council's website inviting anybody who wanted to make representations to come along. And depending on how many people indicate, we could then sort of decide on the length of time we need to set aside for that predetermination hearing. But I would be suggesting it would be sort of two hours, possibly 3 hours, to allow sort of all the issues to be fully considered.
Thanks, Deirdre. I've two indications, Councillors Thompson and Garrity. Do you want to speak on this issue? Yep. Earl?
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you, Deirdre. I'll formally propose that this takes place on the 3 parts of the recommendation on a date and time to be agreed. I think you're right, Chairman. We did do this on the previous term, as far as I remember, at the start of it. So I formally propose the 3 parts of the recommendation, Chair.
Thank you very much, Earl. If you could take your hand down. Mary, Councillor Garrity.
Thanks. Most sensible way forward, Chairman, and I'm happy to second. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. We have a proposer and seconder to go forward on the basis of the paper presented, details to follow and a date to be arranged. All in agreement? Agreed. One thing before I would go, and I'm not trying to tell Granny how to suck eggs. This is basically only an information gathering session for us to actually hear both sides of the argument. And again, any questions that we direct at both sides purely on the aspect of asking for more information or elucidating that information. Absolutely not saying, I like this, I don't like it, I'm in agreement, I'm not in agreement, because that could have repercussions. So it's just to bear that in mind, members, but it is a very, very useful forum. But again, we've got to be aware of the nuances around it. But thank you for that. I'll move on to item 16, and we have to go into confidentialness, and I will be switching off the recording. So could I have a proposer? I see Councillor Thompson, are you proposing to go into confidential?
Propose, Chairman.
Right, thank you very much indeed. And could I have a seconder, please? Councillor Dehan, you to Kim, just to say what we did in committee.
Thank you, Chair. So during committee, the committee received a report on the serving of a building preservation notice, and the committee agreed to defer decision on the recommendation for 1 month.
Thank you very much indeed, Kim. Members, proposed?
Opposed.
Who was that? Councillor Donnelly, yes. And Councillor Maguire, second. Thank you very much. All agreed?
Agreed.
Members, thank you very much indeed. I'm not going to hold you up. It's been an experience with WebEx trying to get through this. I hope it wasn't too much of a pain. Councillor Coyle, I think you have problems with trying to get in to raise your hand. And Councillor Dehan, you have issues with connectivity. Everybody else, I think, in the main seem to be okay, hopefully. So we're working on the basis that if the regulations don't change, we will still be meeting in this format in November. That said, thank you very much indeed. Go and enjoy the time now with your family. Think of those of us in the here that have to drive home. Thank you, be safe, and good night.
Thanks, Chair. Well done.